Hi, I'm Michael Young, the Director of the Entertainment Arts and Engineering program at the University of Utah. Welcome to Launch. EAE Launch is our end of the school year showcase event featuring the amazing work that our students, faculty, and staff do around games. EAE is the U's nationally recognized games program, a world leader in games education and research. This is our 14th Hi, I'm Michael Young, the Director of the Entertainment Arts and Engineering program at the University of Utah. Welcome to Launch. EAE Launch is our end of the school year showcase event featuring the amazing work that our students, faculty, and staff do around games. EAE is the U's nationally recognized games program, a world leader in games education and research. This is our 14th year here at the U, and for this year's launch, we're going to have live streamed presentations from now until about 8 o'clock tonight, highlighting 13 student-made games. First up are the games made in our year-long senior capstone course, built in collaborative teams drawing students from EAE and computer science. Then we'll show the games made by EAE's graduating master's students. And throughout the afternoon and evening, we'll be joined by EAE alumni to talk about the very cool work they're doing in the games industry. Today's a great chance for you to see our student games in action and to see our students' creativity, their passion, and the skills they bring to build these games. And of course, you can download the games yourself to play at home at no cost. All these games are already published, and you can find out all the details at our website, games.utah.edu. Also, at that website, you can learn more about our undergraduate and graduate programs in game development. If you've got any questions, you can email me or any of the other faculty or staff here at EAE. Thank you very much for joining us, and now enjoy the work of our amazing students.
Hello, my friends. I'm Gabriel Wilson. I'm a professor at the University of Utah, where I teach game design. Welcome to EAE Launch. We're really excited to have you here and get started, especially because right now we're going to be checking out the capstone games, which, for those who are not aware, it's the main senior project of the entire culmination of the undergraduate program, where teams of 10 to 15 students work on a game over the course of 2 semesters, going through the full gamut of the game development process. So it's pretty awesome. We're very proud of the games that they prepared. We have 8 games to show. And this has been a monumental year. This has been the biggest capstone class we've ever had at EAE, with a total of 180 students. And so, of course, it has been a real honor to watch all of them go through the development process. I co-taught this class along with Fernando and Roger, who will be introducing themselves in just a moment. But I wanted to give a moment to highlight, get everyone started. We're up to a little bit of a late start, but welcome to EAE Launch. We're excited to check out the games, and we'll jump right into Tavern Crawl.
And retrieve and save basically the alcohol supply of his town.
An important mission indeed. Hey, who's playing the game for us right now?
So currently we have one of our lead engineers, Noah Heron, playing our game. He's very good at this game. I think his current speedrun time is about 12, 13 minutes. So
Pretty sure he has the world record, actually.
Yeah, that game took me an hour,
Yeah.
so that's pretty amazing.
You are not alone. That is a very respectable time. She said, not very good at games.
So where are we at in the game right now?
So right now, what you're seeing here is our tutorial area, which is where you'll first start the game after a bit of an opening cutscene and kind of explanation of controls. Here are the other characters that you see.
These are Fish's siblings,
Fish's
Chip
siblings.
and Tartar, because, you know, that's what you have
That's
with Fish.
funny. Fish, Chip, and Tartar. That's funny.
We when we were originally coming up with the name for Fish, we actually didn't know we wanted to name him, and someone just threw out the name Fish. We're like, yeah, that's funny. I like it. Let's stick with it. So
Yeah, a mouse named Fish is sort of like a boy named Sue. It's funny,
Yeah.
apparently, right?
And our whole narrative team was sitting around being like, what's some like dramatic backstory that we can make for Fish that like explains his name? And literally we were just like, you know what, we're just gonna make him a set. It's fine.
yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yep.
So he was outside. What's he doing in this scary place now?
So Fish was kind of on the edge of his town where now we have kind of entrances to sewers and everything. So this is just kind of finishing up the end of our tutorial area, teaching you kind of how to fight with a cockroach, obviously. Now, Noah here is about to descend into our bug burrows area. This area is kind of our first initial starting area where you get to basically start actually exploring the different sewer areas. Our game has multiple areas, all each kind of themed around the same thing. So as you go through here, you'll find a lot of dirt, a lot of trash, a lot of bugs. Obviously, bug burrows, aptly named.
It's the seedy neighborhood.
Yeah.
You're cracking me up. So there's a number on his back?
Yeah, so that number indicates how much booze
you're
currently
carrying.
carrying. And when you get to a person such as this that Noah is currently talking to, that is Bean, our booze bank
Proprietor.
proprietor. Yeah.
The booze bank?
The
Yeah.
booze
Love it.
bank.
So we have different stations throughout the different levels where you can bank your booze so that, you know, if you die, you still have kind of that thing to fall back on. And once you come into our main city or our main hub area, you'll be able to basically take any of those bank booze and craft cocktails, buy new weapons, weapon upgrades, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep, it's currency, basically.
Oh, it's currency. Because I was going to say, I get that Fish is a mouseaholic. But, so you use the booze in the game.
Yeah.
Yes, so in the world building, the booze is basically collected from a tavern that the main mouse city is located underneath.
Yeah.
And the mice have kind of repurposed it as like currency for their society, but they also have figured out how to make these like magic cocktails with it that have lots of fun and interesting properties. But for Fish, the important use is that they burn it for fuel, and because Fish lives out in the fields, they need to burn it to stay warm in the winter, and they can't collect themselves because they're far away from the tavern.
Oh, that makes a ton of sense.
So right now, Fish is going off to figure out where their latest shipment has gone because it never got there.
That's a fantastic story, right?
Yeah. We have
it's fun.
lots of fun names for our different cocktails. Some that you see on Noah's bar here. We've got our tequila, which is a healing
Potion.
basically.
Yeah, awesome.
We have our
Floated vertigo right there.
right? Where if you drink it, if you throw basically at your feet, you will slowly start to float up.
Oh.
And then we have our
Slager bomb.
Slager bomb, which is essentially
Basically a Molotov.
Molotov.
Y'all are killing
You
me.
can throw
Yep.
through. Noah here is now going to encounter our first boss here. This is Queenie, a big old spider.
She's a Goliath spider eater? Or
Goliath bird eating
that's
spider.
it.
There you
Yep,
go.
from Australia. So,
Yeah.
you know
So
they're
the
scary.
camera changed. You're running away
Yes.
now.
Yeah, so we initially just wanted to change this up as a lot of times when we were initially in first development, we were thinking about different ways that you could defeat a boss, how it doesn't always have to be hack and slash. You always don't have to fight. And if you're up against a bird-eating spider who also happens to eat mice, then you probably don't want to go up against that if this is the first big enemy you're going to encounter.
Exactly.
Oh, that's wild. That's wild. So this is a 3D action platformer is the genre, right? How hard is it? Like, is this an accessible game or is this like a hardcore game?
So this is probably in between, kind of like a medium difficulty where you might have difficulty at first, but once you kind of get the hang of how the movement works, how our jumps and everything work, you should be able to get through it. Just
Yeah.
fine.
Our intended audience is older anyway, just due to alcohol themes. So
Yeah.
we trust that, the players have a little bit of experience under their belts.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. And the glowing orbs are like droplets of alcohol, right?
Yes.
And so, like to a mouse, that would be massive, but like to us, it's just like a little drop that we
Exactly.
spilled, right?
Yep. And as he's collecting them, you can see the number growing on his back.
Fantastic.
Now,
Oh, what's happening here?
Noah just went into our Toad Road area and just picked up our one of our armor sets that you could find for all of them. We have quite a few awesomely modeled by one of our artists, Luke Schmidt, who also actually did the main model for Fish and all of the concept art for him.
I remember Gabe, Fernando, and I, the other two professors that we all teach this class together. We were so shocked when we saw this mask for the first time, right? All of a sudden, Fish got very serious. What does the armor do?
So the armor basically makes it so that you can take more hits before you start taking damage.
Okay.
So when you encounter difficult enemies, like you're kind of going to encounter here as we go into our Toad Road, you can take more hits before you eventually do die. So here in our Toad Road, you will notice that this is literally a road made out of toads.
Like toad transport.
Yeah,
Exactly.
So we have all of these bricks here just on the backs of toads that swim back and forth. Toads also made by Luke. Look awesome. We love them very much.
And the frogs actually extend back to the very first prototype. If Roger, you saw that, but our prototype had a frog as the main boss, and we really wanted to keep him. His name was Chompy. You will see him later, assuming Noah can get there fast enough. But so that stemmed the entire Toad theme and this like awesome, swamp aesthetic that Josh really brought to life along with Lucas, Kyle, Trey, our entire like environment art team. Just absolutely crushed this area and in all areas, of course.
So you had an environment art team. How many people are on your team?
For art, there were 10. In total, there were 31 of us.
31 of you
Yes.
on this game, and you're all seniors in college. How long did this take?
7 months
We started developing this about the tail end of October last year.
as the full team.
Tail end of October.
Tail end of October, yeah. So yeah, we kind of got our prototype out, got our team together, and started kind of just immediately working on this. We got a solid kind of early access build out
In March.
So early access is that you put it on Steam for
Yes.
people to see.
Yes, so you were able to see it on Steam, which you can actually go and go to Steam right now and install our full build. Now that
Please
we are
do,
out
it's
of
very
early
fun.
access.
Oh, you can download the game now?
Right now.
Right now.
Oh, wow. I hope someone's putting that in the chat where people can
I'm
download
sure they
this game.
But yeah, so we've worked very hard. When we got out of early, or when we finished up our early access build initially, we were kind of iffy on what sections we were going to include within everything. And actually, this Toad Road was one of the sections that we were planning on cutting, but we had very passionate artists that were just like, no, I want toads in. Like, toads are going to happen. So we got that level like that same week.
Oh, so they just worked their tails off
Yeah.
to
This-
make sure it happened.
Like I feel the need to emphasize just how much time our developers put into this game. Like it was not unusual for people to be putting 15, 20 hours a week into this. Like
Yeah.
crazy, like genuinely a part-time job for free for one class. Most people are working, have a job or have other classes. Like this was truly a labor of love. All the fact that this game looks and plays as good as it does is truly just because like everyone loved working on this game and just really cares about this game.
It was very rare that I went into the Discord and didn't see someone in a channel. There were people constantly working. Just they'd either work on homework for other classes or for stuff like that, stuff for this game, and just chatting with each other. Our team was so awesome to work with.
It's amazing. So I want you all to hear this wasn't Gabe, Fernando, and I requiring them to work this hard. This was your passion, right? Fantastic. Now, some people, we only have a couple minutes left, but you had an art team, an engineering team, a design team. How were you structured?
So we were basically, I was the producer over the engineering team, and basically the way that we started out is with engineering, we had our AI team and we had basically our Fish main character team. So main character team basically did anything regarding like Fish's actions, fights, or anything like that, and then we had our AI team, which is largely what Noah was a part of, getting bosses, enemies, everything, and how they interact with Fish working.
And with art, we there was a lot of crossover, but in essence, we were split into character and environmental teams. So, like the environment team was working on, all the objects and assets and textures you're seeing here, and the character teams were in charge of, characters and making sure that Chompy can do his lovely hop and his, tongue hit.
Oh, brutal. That brutal tongue hit.
And shout out to our animation team, Nick and Trevor especially. They really just made everything look so fluid and so like. They brought everything to life.
Yeah, and it's clearly beautiful art-wise. The levels play absolutely phenomenally. So congratulations. Sometimes the engineering is like behind the scenes because you don't see it on the screen as much. So they were using Unreal. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and what was some of the big challenges for that team?
I think largely just getting blueprints to do exactly what we wanted them to do, kind of figuring out what we can and can't do with blueprints, what we need to do with C++, everything like that, and then getting them to work together very happily.
Yeah.
We ran into a lot of issues where we would get hot reloaded things and just a lot of things that happen when you try to mesh the two. So
Yeah, because people have different styles and techniques,
Yep.
and putting that together is
Exactly.
difficult, right?
Yep.
All right, we've got a few seconds left here. What do you want people to know about this game, and where can they find it?
Tavern Crawl is an awesome 3D platformer action adventure game. You can find it on Steam with our full release now, and we'd love if you played it.
Awesome. All right, so we're going to be closing out here. But if you like mice, booze, and don't like rats, this is the right game for them, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's say goodbye to everyone.
All right.
Hey, great job, and congratulations on an awesome game. Huh?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
Bye.
Then I think you're clear.
Okay.
Awesome work. You killed it.
All right. Hello. I am not Roger.
And, sorry, my name is Zeki.
Yep. So I'm Fernando. I'm one of the professors for the capstone course, and I'm here with Zegi, and we're going to talk about desaturation point.
Yeah.
So go ahead and get us started. So what is desaturation point?
Yeah, so Desaturation Point is a horror strategy game where you're going to be controlling a squad of units that are trying to escape this Arctic lab that's been completely overridden with all these like eldritch, colorful monsters. And we at the team like to call it a Lovecraft on LSD kind of experience.
Nice. Yeah, the trailer there kind of gave off that vibe. So excellent. Cool. So what would you say are some inspirations for like the style of the game, this Lovecraftian style?
Yeah, so we always knew that we wanted to do something a little bit more non-traditional with like the horror aspects, because usually when you're playing horror games, they're extremely dark, and we still wanted to lean into those vibes, but we definitely wanted to incorporate something that was a little bit more robust with the art style and something that was a little bit more diverse from what you would expect from like eldritch horror. And so this idea of like horrific pastel came up, and we just really wanted to lean into that.
Awesome.
So
All right. So who's playing on stream right now?
Yeah, so over there we've got Oliver. He has been our amazing designer, especially for the levels, and he's been doing an excellent job of making sure that all these monsters are taking place in this claustrophobic Arctic lab.
Awesome. Excellent. All right. So so we got a flashlight here. Looks like a mechanic will be navigating in the dark.
Exactly. So as you're controlling these 3 different units, you're going to have different items that you can use. One of them you've seen is the flashlight, which is going to help you to really avoid the different monsters that are lurking in the darkness. Another one that we might see here is going to be a scanner, which is going to allow you to see rooms, get an idea of what the layout is like, and then figure out if you want to like try traversing into a room. Or the third item that we have is a fire extinguisher, which can be used to put out fires, or can also be used as a smoke screen to slow down monsters. So we wanted to make sure that items were rare, and you also had to be very careful about managing your inventory with them.
Gotcha. And so there are no weapons you mentioned, right?
No.
So, ooh.
No,
Okay.
they are no way of killing these monsters.
'Cause I am freaking out right now. Look at this thing. Just get out of there quick.
Yeah, we definitely wanted to lean into like the horror vibe, not only from the aesthetic of the level design and the all that different only having so many characters, and we also have permanent death mechanics, where if a unit dies, then they're dead for good, and you can only carry so many items onto the next level. But we also wanted to lean into this idea of, do you want to sacrifice a unit to be able to get past these monsters, especially a few of the more aggressive ones, because we have different monster types in the game.
So it looks like we're looking at the scout right now, just to see the room ahead. That's
Exactly. Yeah, we got the scanning effect, which shows you like a nice outline of the room. Sometimes you'll see sound ripples when using that, and that's indicating that a monster is actually going through the vents.
Gotcha.
So you also have to be aware of the unseen dangers, as we would call them.
All right, excellent. And yeah, it's got to be tricky navigating 3 people at the same time, right? So how did you like help the players along and learning how to do that?
Exactly. So learning to control all 3 units has taken some time. It has taken a lot of things of figuring out what the player is actively paying attention to, letting players know when they are taking damage even though the camera's not on them, using sound effects to really communicate a lot of the things in this game, whether it be monsters approaching or being in danger. So it definitely took a lot of play testing to figure that out. But over time, we've developed a way where players are able to keep their units in safe spots, but still, multitask because they're a so you can be safe, but only for so long, right?
Right. Yeah, and I don't think I've talked about this, but there are looks like some logs that are being found around with some text on them. Could you talk about those a little bit?
Yeah, so this game actually has some really, really intense, lore with it, because how could you not with an Eldritch-based game, right? So you're going to find these logs, which are talking about maybe previous scientists that have been in the labs, or you might find actually logs from the scientists themselves that you're controlling, the 3 main characters of this game. And we wanted to really communicate a story of why this lab has gone into a corrupted state, what has changed about it. We also really leaned into that narrative where certain logs might indicate, what this monstrosity is and where it's coming from. And we wanted to show that both with, VO and also voice lines, but also logs to really show the history of the place through environment storytelling.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, so I noticed we've got the sort of the big monsters moving around. Are there any other types of monsters that we'll run into here?
Yeah, so the 3 main monsters that we have for this game, we have Jiggles, which is the big one. Yeah, good old Jiggles.
That's Jiggles.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
boy.
Jiggles. He's definitely a little bit of a slower, more predictable one, but if he gets you, he's going to hit you hard. So you need
sure.
to be very aware about that. He is one of the more easy monsters to avoid, and then the next one we have is called the Shrimp, and it's going to make like a high-pitched ringing noise, and it's going to chase you really quickly across rooms. You're going to be able to lock it into rooms, but only for so long, right? And then the third one we have is called Spike, and Spike is really dangerous. In this game, we actually have a global AI system where they can travel through vents, so you can't just lock this creature away. You have to pay attention to the rooms they're navigating across, and it's an active danger. There's no safe state in this game.
Interesting. Yeah, as a gamer, spikes are always a bad news. Right? Awesome. All right. So how do we get to the end? How do we get out of here?
Yes. Yeah, so the game's actually pretty long. We've discovered that like a playtest to get through the game actually takes about an hour. So we're not going to be able to get to it, but there's actually about 2.5 levels, we say. We say a half because the last level is actually a very special sequence where you enter into this room and you actually have the chance of like ending the corruption in the facility. Gotcha. And it comes with like an action scene. A bunch of monsters are chasing you. You have to do a bunch of things while the facility's on fire. And it's like a different tonal shift when you get to the end. So, if you destroy the lab, then the characters you escape with change the ending. So that's what we really want to lean into there.
All right. Yeah, I just noticed we found our 3rd player there, so that we've got 3 player characters.
Exactly, yeah. Sometimes you have to like group your units together. They're in different rooms. You have to save them, get them out of locked rooms, and that gives you more inventory slots, but also, more to manage. So you have to be careful. How many can you actually manage?
Right, right. All right, awesome. So, what else do you think players should know before they get into this game?
Yeah. Be ready to be scared. The audio in this game has been done amazingly by a Berkeley team. We also have some
Nice.
amazing voiceover. We have also been told that the game is difficult. So this is not going to be a game where you just dive right in and you complete it first time. We have an expert on the screen right now, so it might seem like that, but you got to pay attention to footprints. You got to pay attention to sound effects. You have to pay attention to the pathing. So be ready to die.
Gotcha. Yeah. It looks like we saw a couple of shrimps. There's a shrimp right there. Oh boy.
Yeah, exactly. So they're a little bit faster, and you can identify, where they're going with the footprints. But again, they're unpredictable. So.
Awesome. Yeah. Are we gonna get to see a spike in this playthrough, or is that much farther in?
Ooh, so I don't think we're going to get to the spike quite yet. There is one at the end of the first level, so for anyone interested playing at home, be on the lookout for those little sound ripples, because that means something deadly is coming your way. But we did at least get to show these two, so, for at home, if you want to see Spike, that just means give the
I was
give
gonna
the
say,
game a play.
that means that our viewers are gonna have to just try it out for themselves if they want to
Exactly.
see what Spike's all about.
That's
So,
right.
awesome. So, where can our viewers find the game?
Yeah, exactly. So we are actively updating the build on Steam. We actually are about to push a build tomorrow with like huge updates. We also have more regular but intermittent updates on itch.io. We also can be found at our website, which is going to be wixsite.desaturationpoint.com, which where you can also find devlogs. And then you can also find us with updates and figuring out where the game is going to progress on Twitter at desaturationp.
And I'm pretty sure that somebody has posted all of those links in the Twitch chat.
Perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for.
Awesome. All right. Yeah. Any final thoughts? But I think we're almost getting ready to move on now.
Yeah, perfect. Again, just, we really hope that you enjoy this game. We would love to see any of your comments across any of our platforms. And, just be prepared to run away from the LSD monstrosities in Desaturation Point.
Well, honestly, this was a beautiful game. So good job to you and your team.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for chatting with us, Zeggy.
Perfect.
the same.
Welcome back. We're excited to be here. I remain Roger Altizer, professor in Capstone. Gabe Olson unfortunately could not be with us here today. We were having some technical issues, and so he was going to stream in, but alas, the cable gods worked against us. And I'm joined with...
And I'm Fernando. I'm still here.
And the most important person, our VIP.
Thank you. I'm Matt Motter. I'm a producer on Shiny. And I'm with Clever Crow. We're the team that made this mobile game that we're going to be checking out. It's kind of like a pretty small, like, relaxing game where you spend a lot of your time, like, just hopping in and chilling out. You go in, do something small, and then come back. Like, not... The idea is that you use it, like, on your commute, like if you're on the train or something like that, right? And then you don't spend huge amounts of time in it. It's something to help you relax after your day.
I remember when this game was originally pitched, this idea of a relaxed game, right? Not necessarily even a casual game, because it is a deep gameplay experience, right? But something that was just a little slower, a little more thoughtful. And so what platform is Shiny on? You said it was mobile.
Yeah, so Shiny is on the Google Play Store. We launched last week, so it's all in full production mode, so you can go and download it right now.
So you've hit all of my like demographics: gamer, commuter, Android user. So
There you go.
this
Perfect.
is a game for me.
Well, I vote we tap anywhere to start and see this game.
Let's
Yep.
do it.
Awesome.
All right, there we go.
And transitioning over. So the first thing you'll see is you spawn in here right by this little patio, and there's a bunch of objects that are like customizable, because we found that players like to have a lot of agency when it comes to like their space, and this is kind of a little hub area. So there's a bunch of different textures. There's these splash images on them. If you like click that little icon above it, or not.
Where are we? Like, are we like in a commune or on a farm?
So it's like this little, so we'll get these little splash images that are like super cute.
That's adorable.
And if you, so we're in like a little, the idea is that it's like almost like a little Nordic town in like the mountains. And we just moved there, and it's like a space where we're trying to fit in and help like the local townspeople and stuff.
And who are we? Are we a family of crows?
So we have this NPC here that is our main human character. It's Merletta. It's the witch.
And she's a Utah fan with her nice Utah bench.
Exactly. And we are Nox, her familiar, like witches tend to have. And we are a crow. And so we spend the game. Crows are really intelligent animals. And
They wear hats. Clearly, they're smart, right?
yeah, exactly. And you'll find, like, with the hats, we also have an EA hat over there as well.
Oh, fantastic.
Wonderful.
So lots of representation here. And so we have this, like, small open world, which, believe me, this was quite an endeavor to take for a mobile game.
I can bet.
This looks immense for a mobile game. Wow.
Yeah, it was figuring out dynamic resolutions and asset streaming and all that kind of thing. It was incredibly difficult, but we got it working, and it runs at like 30 to 60 FPS on almost any Android phone.
Oh, so because the phones are different, right? So
Correct.
it's not like a PlayStation or an Xbox, right? It's
Correct.
Different phones have different processors.
Yep. So like if you're on the brand new, like most expensive Samsung phone, the game would run great. But also because we put a lot of work into this, if you are on a mid-end phone that's like $300, Shiny will also run great.
Oh, that's
That's
fantastic.
amazing.
And so here we have Roger.
Oh, that's a handsome guy right
Yeah,
there.
look at him.
That's my future. Very near future.
There you go.
Yeah, and so a lot of the time is spent like doing these quests, and the quests are designed so each character's quests will bring you to a different area of the map, because the flying's super fun.
Oh, great.
Flying's great, but this isn't a flight sim, so
Right.
why would you fly if we don't make you go somewhere else, right? And so Sean's heading over to the forest right now, which is one of our areas where there's a lot of like different items.
Look at your animals. Look at your cows.
Yeah,
Yep,
look at that.
little cows, sheep. There's some chickens over there as well. And so when he heads over into this forest, it's just another area. We've got a lot of like different soundtracks that are specific to each area. We worked with the Berkeley School of or Composium of Music
Oh, that's
and
right.
audio for that. Yeah, and we
What a
used-
talented group you guys had, too.
Oh, they were
sure.
incredible. They did a great job, and we implemented all of that through Wise, so it's like industry standard tech too.
Yeah. So you used industry standard tools, and you had this like outsourced music team. So this was like an industry development project for a mobile game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it was a lot of communication. They're on a completely different time zone. They're 2 hours difference. So scheduling all of that, meeting with them, going through the process because they did the Wise implementation and then we did the engineering side of Wise. So it was a very standard like audio pipeline in an industry aspect, where it wasn't like, hey, here's all the WAV files, you figure it out. It was they set everything up and then we implemented it ourselves in Engine.
And because Fernando and I always forget how many people we need to grade, how many people were on this team?
Shiny, not including the Berkeley outsourced team, is 20 developers.
20 developers. And how long were you on this? Was this like a year or 6 months or 2 months?
We were on this, I think it comes out to about 9 months.
Yeah, just about 9 months, right?
Yeah.
Dang.
I was like doing the math real quick, but I'm not good at math, so it wasn't that quick.
That's your Breath of the Wild shot right there. Look at that.
Exactly. And then Sean can take off here and head to that hot air balloon, and there's a time trial. And there's a couple of those in the map. They all have unique names based off of our professors. So
If we're not doing the Fernando trial, I'm going to be disappointed.
I think you're going to be disappointed. I think this is Gabe's trial.
This is the Giddy Up Gabe trial.
Giddy up, Gabe. All right.
I think this one's, I might be wrong, but I think this one's Gabe's trial.
All right.
And so essentially there's like a countdown timer. When you hit it, it resets because, it's the classic flight gameplay, like
Right.
get you way up in the air. Because a lot of the rest of our content's more focused closer to the ground, so you kind of like sweep along the ground, but this gives you a good reason to go up and go over.
Well, I was scared there.
Yeah, I didn't know what the cloud was going to do, so that's...
Well, this is great. So you have traditional flight stuff, but also you have fetch quests. What other kinds of quests do you have?
There are a couple quests where you like there are items that are less like obtainable, so you have to like grow them because we have growing. There's plots of land where you can grow stuff. We have trading mechanics where there's little booths all over the map where you can trade things and you have to go to remember the specific spots. Obviously the time trials. Those are like the primary idea because we want the quests to be really easy to digest.
Yeah.
So you can come in, do a quest, and then log out, and then come in later, do a quest. And all of the quests, it limits your playtime a little bit so you don't get too sucked in, where you do like 6 quests, and then you have to wait for the next day-night cycle because we have a full dynamic day-night cycle.
Oh, fantastic. So like I'm a daytime player, but Fernando is a night owl. So
for sure.
There's night play?
The day-night cycle is internal, so that you can reset it a little more normally. It's like 10 minutes about for the full day-night cycle.
Yeah, that's good for me because I get to play in the daytime at night. So.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. We looked into
Killing
like
me.
actual daily events, but from our experience with like a lot of mobile games, we didn't want this to be the traditional like addicting mobile game, because some people aren't super comfortable with that concept, and we think it's a fair idea to like just enjoy it at your own pace. And daily quests are.
I love it. I didn't know you could land on the cows. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
you can land on the cows.
That's new. Look, we've seen this game a lot, and I
Yeah.
didn't know you could land on the cows.
You can also land on some of the light posts in town too.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
We wrote a script to land on stuff, and we're like, wait a second, why can't you just land on a lot of different stuff?
So this game's changed a lot from the very beginning, right? Originally, it was just like a lot of flight. What are some of the biggest changes or biggest hurdles your team faced?
Biggest change, we completely redid our world.
Really?
The whole map was redone almost, I'd say at least a third of the way, probably closer to half the way through the project. We just completely redid the whole map. We found through like playtests that we didn't have enough verticality in our gameplay, and so we built this tiered map and rebuilt everything.
And that's a sign of a mature developer, that you've gotten feedback from your intended audience and then made the changes, even if they are pretty drastic.
Yeah, it was a lot of work, but we're really happy we did it. We feel like the game's a lot better for it.
Yeah. And talk to me about the art style. Like, who came up with this art style and what was driving it?
So the art style has a couple things driving it. I think the primary driver behind like our style and a lot of like the art you see, especially like these buildings, is Elaine, one of our artists. And the reason a lot of it is the way it is because we need to keep it low poly, low resolution textures, because there's a very strict size requirement on mobile. Mobile requires that you have less than 150 megabytes, or you have to distribute it separately. We're at about 117.
Very nice.
So that's really small, right? Like
That's
117,
really small.
you can put on a keychain drive even? Or?
Absolutely. The actual files, when it comes down to it, not including the audio, all of the files for this game equal about 14 gigabytes.
So normally this game is 14 gigabytes, and how
Correct.
small did you shrink it?
117 megabytes. Which depends on the device. On my phone, it's actually 110.
Okay, wow. It's smaller on iPhone.
My phone.
Oh, your phone, not
my
yet.
phone.
No.
Not on iPhone. Game's not on iPhone.
Yet, But you can sponsor them, and they will put it on iPhone for you.
Yeah.
If you want to sponsor us, it's $100 a year
Yeah, that's
and a Mac.
awesome.
There you go.
So, what are some of the standout features of the game? So, I know you have the day-night cycle, and we're seeing night now.
Yeah.
And you have these quests, right? And so, like, what things really shine for you? Pun intended. What are you really proud of?
One, I think the flights feels really good because it takes analog input. It is the most fun to play on PC with a controller, but obviously it's a mobile game, right? So we implemented controls on screen, which you can see, and they feel really good because it's all analog.
Oh, really?
Even though it's a digital thing, it
Yeah.
registers like analog, so you get very, very granular control.
So these are like virtual thumbsticks on the glass.
Correct. Yep.
Nice.
So when you move the stick just a little bit to the left, you turn just a little bit to the left. When you crank it, you just dive.
Awesome.
So
Yeah. How long would you say it took you to get to that balance? Because that's got to be tricky.
I would say like at least 7 months. Like we were working on the flight the whole way through just to make sure like we had it in a pretty good spot probably 4 or 5 months in, but we were like it's in a good spot, but it could be in a great spot.
Right,
So
yeah.
how about we just keep going?
And that's part of the game process, right? It's just you get to something and then you just refine until it's shiny.
Nothing's ever
Right.
going to be perfect, so just try to make it as close as possible, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So since it's on mobile, is this something that like are there multiple reasons for me to come back and play it? Like, if I have several days of commuting, can I just pull it up and continue where I left off, or how does the progression in the game work?
Yeah, so there's one of the big reasons is the quests, right? So we have 35 unique quests that rotate in when you complete quests. So if you complete a quest, then the next day starts, you get a new quest on that NPC. Each NPC has their own individual set of quests. So like Roger has 6 quests, another NPC has 6 quests, right? So the idea is that you come back to experience those other quests and their dialogue and their conversations.
Where can they get it? How much is it?
It is on the Play Store. If you just search Shiny, it'll show up. There's also links. I'm sure people are putting the links in the Twitch chat as well.
Fingers crossed.
It is free.
You're free 99.
Free 99.
$99.
We'll never charge anything for it. So
Well, that's wonderful. Hey, what's the last word you want people to hear about Shiny?
go try it. It's free.
Awesome.
You'll have fun.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Awesome. Well, congrats to Shiny. It's an amazing game, and thank you for being with us here today.
Yeah,
huh?
thank you for having
We're
me.
really proud of you.
Thank you.
This is really great. Good job.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good job.
So I am Deborah. I graduated from the EAE program in 2021, last year sometime, and now I am a QA test analyst for Santa Monica Studio. Shattered Slime, my capstone project. It was kind of a wild ride. We were all remote still at the time. So I worked on this project with all of these people I had never met in person. Working on Shattered Slime was amazing because I got to do a lot of little things that I hadn't allowed myself to experiment with throughout my college career. So I got to work on art assets. I got to be a part of level design in a way that wasn't directly designing levels. So I feel like I got to get my hands into all of these different aspects and parts of what goes into a game with all of these other people who were doing exactly the same thing. I feel like a lot of it was being a big team player. I think that was honestly my biggest contribution. I think there was a lot of tension, which I'm sure everyone in Capstone has had to deal with people with different ideas. It's hard with a smaller project. Everybody really wants to get super passionate about every part of it, which is amazing, but not everybody's passionate about the exact same ideas all the time. So I think my favorite part of Capstone and Shattered Slime was honestly being able to pull together anything that functioned. I feel like that's just such a joke in the gaming industry. Like everyone's always like, oh my gosh, I don't know how games are ever actually made. It's just chaos. It's pure chaos the whole time. But I think if you can survive it, there's a huge payoff, and it's so much fun. And everybody you get to work with is amazing. My magical tale of landing this magical job in QA with zero experience. I applied to actually Naughty Dog first to QA. Applied to Naughty Dog, applied to Santa Monica Studio at the same time. I thought it would be really cool to be able to say that I applied to both of those studios for obvious reasons. Landed interviews somehow with both. I did not think I'd even get an interview out of applying to either Naughty Dog or SMS. Truly, it purely was, I thought it would be so cool. My plan was to frame the rejection letters side by side as like, this was my first rejection. And then they both were like, hey, you want to interview? I'm like, this is not what I bought frames for. This doesn't work. As a QA test analyst, well, I play the game a lot, but most importantly, I am trying to break it creatively all the time. So it's easy to find things that are already broken, but the main focus of my job is to find new cool ways to break it intentionally, or find ways that I think the end user or player, you humans, would break it. Everyone in my interview process with Naughty Dog and the few people in my SMS interview were so fascinated with the capstone project that we had on Steam. They asked a lot of questions about capstone. They were super interested in the team setup that capstone provides and encourages. I don't know, especially anyone who's interested in going into QA, all hands on deck is a term that I feel like it goes a long way. So capstone is a perfect example of literally all hands on deck. Like you're all in there, you're all finding those bugs and those issues, and your entire goal is to have this product at the end that is enjoyable and fun for somebody else. So honestly, that's kind of the magic of QA. Like you're going in trying to break it, but because you're sort of wanting to protect that magical illusion that the game provides, which I feel like that was kind of the entire point of capstone. So it all worked out. Definitely don't be afraid. I applied to so many things that I was like, okay, cool. I'm not even really invested in this. I don't even know if I want this, but I'm going to apply anyway. Because for one, the interview process is so valuable. The people you meet in the interview process can be super valuable. You learn a lot about what they're looking for. Gosh, I don't know. Don't beat yourself up over if you do apply for things that maybe you have your heart set on and you don't get it. That's okay. Like learn from it. I guess just don't let rejection kick you down. I mean, like you can learn from rejection, and rejection is totally normal and it's a part of life. And I've been rejected from all sorts of things. And it's fine. And eventually you're going to find something amazing. I thought maybe I'd do writing or animation or sculpting, and I ended up in QA, and now I never want to leave. And it was totally fine. And that's okay. And I think you're going to figure it out. So I know that graduation has this weight or this pressure that you need to jump into something new, or you need to go on this next adventure. But like all of life is an adventure. So don't rush it. Like you're fine and it'll be okay. And you're going to find whatever you love eventually, but you have to let yourself find that. Like you can't force it, and you can't think just because, oh, I was really good in this one class or I excelled here and there, I have to do this or I'm meant to do it. You don't have to, and it's okay. It's always okay.
Launch. This has been awesome so far. Once again, I want to apologize really quickly to all the capstone students that I couldn't be there live during the Q&A and showing off your games. I really wish I could. We're experiencing a little bit of tech issues, but it happens and we roll with it. Just like with game development, when we have issues arise, we move past them and we design around them, right? So this is pretty exciting. Welcome back. Anyone who's just hopping in, these are the capstone games of the University of Utah EAE program. And essentially, we have 3 professors, 180 students, and 8 amazing games, 7 which are published on Steam, 1 on Google Play, and most of them are going live right now. So as you're checking out these amazing student games that have been created, feel free to download them, give them a rating, help support student games. A lot of them are trending right now on Steam, and we love to see every game be a success. And we are so proud of all these games. We are now going to jump into the next 3 games, Comrade Quack, followed by End of It All and Revenge of the Killer Octopus. And I will turn the time now over to my colleagues, Roger and Fernando.
What's up? Okay, we're all excited. Fernando, why don't you start us off?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Fernando, and I'm here with Roger and Andre, and we're going to talk about Comrade Quack.
Yep. So Comrade Quack is a hybrid third-person zany tower defense.
Totally zany.
Yeah, and it's a parody game, but you play as Comrade Quack, who is a duck fighting literal capitalist piggies.
It's pretty good.
Wonderful.
My little quackling friend approves.
Yeah.
Yeah, my little quacking friend approves.
I have mine next to my heart.
There you go. It's
Wonderful.
We're all ducks on the inside.
Yeah. So let's hop right into the game.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
And they're gonna do the
actually,
trailer.
we're going to show a trailer first. So let's go ahead and shoot the trailer.
okay.
Show us the trailer.
Take a look. All
right, we're back.
Welcome back, everybody.
Hey, one of the things I want to talk about up front is you had a really interesting situation where you started this game about 9 months ago, right? Something like that?
Yeah, that's right. So
Yeah. And tell the story. It's an interesting story.
yeah, so we we were getting together for like some pitches that we were going to do for the EAE prototyping phase that we were going to do. And while we were in the prototyping phase, I actually pitched a game that was a dating simulator for dictators. Somebody else pitched a game that was kind of similar to the Goose Game, the Untitled Goose Game.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
And then somebody else was talking about tower defense. And we all sat around the table And then we said, what if we merge them all together and then make a fusion and we have something that's even better? And it really worked. So we put it all together, and that was how Comrade Quack was born. We started fleshing out the ideas. We wanted something that was active, that was an interesting tower defense game, that also harkened to something that's a little bit more flavorful.
That's awesome. And you got rolling on it, and then war broke out in Europe.
That's right. So there was a conflict that happened in Eastern Europe, and so we had to make sure that we had people realize that this is a parody game. And so we talked with the team, and we decided to make a statement. So the first thing that greets you when you play the game is this statement that our team all collaborated on.
Yeah,
So,
and there's no way you can prepare for this kind of thing because you've been working on this game for months, right? And
Yeah.
there's no way you could know that this was going to happen. So I commend you for doing this.
yeah, we had to be very flexible and make sure that we took everything into account and we're aware of our messaging.
And you were very thoughtful and sensitive. I think people appreciate that.
Thank
But
you.
I think we should press a key and continue.
Let's do it. So the first thing that greets you is our main menu here. We're going to press another key and keep going. And we have, of course, greeting us Comrade Quack and the Quacklings. Let's tune the music a little bit. We're going to go to settings, and we're going to go to audio and just get the
Look at
master
those
sound
little
down a
guys.
little bit, so it's a little bit louder. You can adjust everything here, and you can adjust your video settings. Everything
It's
like
really
that.
funny how those ducklings
Yeah.
change as you put them up and down.
Yeah, they're very happy to be.
It's like the Pillsbury Doughboy, right?
Yeah.
The Pillsbury Seed Ducks.
Yeah. So now that we get all those adjusted, we're going to go ahead and go right into the. Oh, we're going to show you the dressing room.
You have a dressing room?
We have a dressing room. So when you have your Quacklings and also Comrade Quack and Bear-Me, our bear, which we'll get to later, you can actually put like hats and different things on them and dress them up so that you can look and have all of them in game before you start the game.
You can dress the bear now?
Oh yeah.
I've seen you dress the ducklings. I didn't know you could dress the bear. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
So it's a lot of fun, and then you can also have the Quacklings running around in the back. You can see how they are going to kind of interact inside the game itself.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get quacking.
Let's get quacking. So go back through, and so the first thing that greets you when you load up a new game is our tutorial level. We're gonna have dialogue here, and we have the Pact, who's the nation that's of Comrade Quack.
Got it.
And so this is his commandant, and teaching Comrade Quack and the player exactly how to play the game, how to look around, and where to go. And so there's all these different triggers as you go through so that you can get to the next part of the
What are
game.
you going to do about that fence, yo?
Unfortunate part about the fence is we're not going to be able to break it down. But the funny thing about ducks, they can actually flap. So, so one of the first things that we wanted to have inherent to the game is the ability to fly over things and really interact with the 3D space. So not only can you flap, you can fly around. And that way you can kind of get a top-down view of the map and your enemies. And speaking of enemies, here are the capitalist piggies. Marching
You made
in.
bacon out of them.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to make some smoked ham here, and then move on to the next part. You're going to get encouraging words from your commandant, and keep going. This is the pigsty, where the pigs
That's where the
spawn
capitalist pigs start, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
and their goal is to turn this lovely, luscious pond into pigsties. So
That is a beautiful pond. My
Yeah.
mom would like that pond.
yeah, exactly. So you can't let them do that, right? So we're going to recruit our allies here. Quacklings are, as the commandant says, the heart of the nation. So these are the little Quacklings, and to build the turrets, you have to power them with the power of Quacklings.
So they're like a resource.
They're like a resource. So
Okay.
they spawn over time, and then you're going to gather them and collect them, and you can make as many turrets as you like, but if you don't have enough Quacklings, you're not going to be able to man the turrets.
Is there a finite number of Quacklings, or is it like all the Quacklings you can take?
All the Quacklings you can take, because it gets pretty heavy in the later levels. So we wanted to make sure that you could get the turrets. You can upgrade the turrets by adding more Quacklings into them, and that way the turret becomes more and more powerful. And so the only limit is time, is like how many Quacklings can you get in the different ponds, and how many Quacklings are going to spawn during that time.
So this is tower defense, but with communist ducks and flying?
And also, one of the big things that we always thought about when we first made the game was, we want something that's not just like it. In a tower defense game, you plan your turrets, the enemies come, and you just are passive. You're just watching it happen,
you just
and
sit there.
you hope that you get through.
Yeah.
But in this case, we wanted to have the ability to actually interact with the pigs, make it interesting. You can kite the pigs. Their AI follows, Comrade Quack, and so you can move them away from the turrets.
Kidding
So
me.
they don't get the turrets don't get destroyed if you're like, oh man, the health is low. And so we wanted to have that excitement and that you feel like you're actually participating in the game.
And Comrade Quack's hardcore. He's like holding that gun sideways.
Yeah. Unfortunately, ducks, you kind of turn their head like this, but you can't really aim down sights that way. So
I just think he's like Quentin Tarantino's duck. It's fine.
Yeah, Gangsta duck. So coming to the game, we're hoping for like a rifle and everything as well. So in the meantime, we have this Makarov. So this is the first level. So now that you've gone through the tutorial, you kind of understand what's going on, and you are no longer in kind of the baby mode, right? So now that you understand the mechanics, we have to prepare for this next wave, and it's going to be a lot more difficult. So the cool thing about this is we don't just have one turret, we have actually many different types of turrets, and we'll show you those as we recruit these quacklings. Something else that we wanted to do is make you explore the map. So if you have the ability to move, again, most games that are tower defense, you just kind of sit there and look at the map. And so we want you to explore the map. So the two turrets that we've placed here is a machine gun turret and a rocket turret.
Where can I put turrets?
You can put turrets anywhere.
Get out of Dodge.
Yeah. One of the things that we found early on in development is that people really enjoyed the freedom of placing turrets anywhere as long as they're not on top of each other. And so you can literally just put them on the side of the mountain, side of the hills, and we wanted to make it that way so that you have the freedom, you have the ability to really interface with the map, interface with the terrain, and make sure it's that alpine climbing, duck quacklings and ducks.
Yeah,
but,
trained in Siberia. Jeez.
Yeah, and we also, with other parts of verticality, we also wanted to have a like balloon turrets and stuff like that too, so that they can fly above. There was like so much enjoyment in people's faces when they stacked a whole bunch of turrets around the pigs as the pigs were coming in, and then just kind of shooting them from above and from all the different directions.
So you meant everywhere. I was going to ask, can you put them in the air? But it looks like you can.
There are actually even air turrets.
Snap.
Yeah, let's get one of those air turrets out right now.
Oh, it's like a balloon turret.
Yeah, it's a balloon turret.
Very nice.
And so, and each of the turrets have different functions. Some of them shoot missiles, some of them shoot machine guns, some of them shoot to the ground, some of them shoot to the air as well. And so we wanted to have that flexibility as they came in and everything.
So action, tower defense, communist ducks.
And comedy.
It is. This team is hilarious, right? Like y'all were cracking us up with your speeches and getting dressed up for them.
You mean quacking us up?
We got the puns. We've got plenty of puns. So
but
where can they play this?
You guys can actually play this on Steam right now. You look up Comrade
live?
Quack. It is live to play. So you guys can download this build and play. We're going to be pushing another update soon in the next week. And you guys can continue to enjoy the game. We'll give you a little sneak peek at Baramy.
I was going to say, I can't bear to wait any longer. Let's go.
So when you're...
Holy smokes.
Oh, my goodness.
We wanted to make Baramy the actual size. We did a mocap session and everything for this. So Baramy follows the path.
Get a bear and mocap at the bear?
Yes.
Like motion capture a bear?
It was actually not a brown bear, it was a black bear.
Dang it.
So that's the only people we could really find on it Indeed. So, but
so this is a person crawling around like a bear.
This is a person crawling like a bear and attacking like a bear when they get to the pigs. So this is your last line of defense. You can only use it once. And in the later waves, like wave 5, there are so many pigs that sometimes you have to do this, you know, and protect it in your kiting, and it's like things get really crazy. And then when the bear comes, he like flings them into the air. So
that's awesome. Well, you guys have been quacking us up. I stole your joke, Fernando. It's stale now. I apologize. Right?
It's fine.
Yeah,
it got foul.
Oh, stop.
All right.
It pains
oh my
me.
God. It's an amazing game. I hope you all are very proud.
Thank you so much.
This is
You'll be very
spectacular.
proud.
Yeah, great
Go
work.
download it on Steam. I hope people are putting the link in the chat. Yeah, and big ups to everyone who worked on it.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, cheers.
Mother
Thanks
Pond. Bye.
Bye for the mother pond.
for the mother pod. Oh, cracking me up. Get some balloons, man.
Yeah, the balloons coming down, shooting you from above.
Are they money bags? Are they,
They are literally money bags.
those pigs.
They're
Pigs.
putting everything together. They want to make the mud resort,
Yeah,
So
it's phenomenal.
yeah, it's been a riotous time.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to have you on the couch.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yep. And go download Comrade Crack and support student games. One of the reasons you want to download this is just because it's
Please do.
awesome, but you want to support student games and student game developers, and they're also available to hire. So if you're looking for talented developers,
Yeah, for sure.
give them a buzz, you know?
So yeah,
All right.
thank you guys.
Thank you.
All right. All right, everybody. Welcome back. I'm Fernando once again, and I'm here with Ethan and Dario, and we are going to talk about the end of it all.
Hello.
How's it going?
Pretty well.
Oh, phenomenal.
Now, the end of it all is a cult simulator game. The whole point of the game is we have an not undead, Lovecraftian Leviathan god named Ted. And we here are a cultist who is a worshiper of Ted. And Ted has decided that we have finally become ready to take our cultist exam. So,
All right. Yeah, it hits close to home as a student, right?
of course, exactly.
All right, cool. So, what is the exam? What is it? What do you have to do?
Dar,
So we are going to walk through just a simple, basic, run-of-the-mill conversion happening right here. So as you can see, we've been dumped into our first level, this wonderful little general store.
And this is kind of our test as well.
Gotcha.
The goal is to convert everyone in the store to our cults.
Nice. Yeah, so, there we go. We got somebody here now. So how do you go about converting new people into the cult?
Conversation is key. You got to figure out, what makes everyone tick. How can we approach these people and convince them to swear eternal loyalty to Ted? Praise be his name.
And as you can see, there's a lot of dialogue in this game. It's super heavily based on talking to people, learning information. Especially with Amelia here, we are talking about she rambled on for so long that we slipped into a state of unconsciousness and managed to convert her a little bit closer to our cult, as you can see with our little green bar there.
So it sounds like there's going to be different ways to convert the different types of people, right?
Exactly.
All right.
Now, one other big key is picking up items, which you'll see right here.
That's great.
Non-copyright infringing.
No copyright infringement.
Absolutely not. Unless Coke does want to sponsor us.
Well, easily.
You got our number, man.
All right. So let's see. What do we got here?
So we have picked up a can of Diet Conch for seemingly no real reason yet. But as we talk to Dean here, we can see he happens to like Diet Conch. And there's an option for, I got a Diet Conch here for you. And he has moved a little bit closer, which you can kind of see with the green bars in dialogue.
Gotcha. So what about the purple bar? What does that represent?
So the purple bar, you want
to elaborate? So the purple bar is your insanity, because it turns out working with a powerful tentacled monster such as Ted doesn't do too well for your mental health. So you have to balance talking to people and converting them while not filling up that insanity meter to full and being sacrificed to the great Ted himself and triggering a game over.
As worthy of a sacrifice as that would be.
For sure.
Now, one other key we're going to see here, you can see there's a poster here on the wall, and if we had just passed that initially, we never would have been able to do anything. But since we talked to Amelia, she pointed out, hey, this guy down at the bottom here, he really likes tractors. And so by going up there and painting over that with a big, horrible image, he happened to see that, which converted him to our cult.
There you go.
And we can now actually play as him.
Hello.
Yeah, because sometimes, there are some challenges that you really can't approach as a stranger in this cool, hip town. So what better than to exploit previous relationships of the people around you?
Much like here with Lachlan, where we just say, I'm going to just be straight with you. I'm at a cult. You want to join?
Sometimes the direct approach is the best approach. And, of course, sometimes talking to a hooded figure with tentacles on their face may not be the most conducive to joining a cult, right?
Exactly. And we can see here as well, Lachlan, who is our little buddy up there, is Scottish. So, of course, what goes with the Scottish man? Haggis. So if we give that to him, we just might see he's now been converted over to our cult.
There it is.
And we got another.
And we can also play as him.
Very nice. I have to say, one thing I love about the game is the animations, right? The idle animations when the character is standing still and then the moving around. So can you tell us a little bit more about that process, getting those animations down?
Yeah, so we had a pretty good animation team who was just absolutely phenomenal with working and adding in, trying to make each character feel completely unique. Especially like you mentioned, the old man walking with the cane.
I love that. That's not something you see. So that's typically games are like, just bipedal people. So having someone with a cane, that's pretty cool.
Exactly. And it's fun too because we wanted to each character talks different, acts different. We wanted to really showcase that with every animation they have. One of the also really cool things is as Lachlan, we can actually talk to already converted members. So we could even talk to Dean here.
Right.
And there's a whole new set of dialogue we can talk.
Interesting. Is it all about the cult since they're both cult members, or?
It can depend. You can have something where it's like, tell me about your fellow people. Maybe you'll unlock something secret that way.
So another way to discover info.
Exactly.
Okay. Right, so
exploit those friendships.
How do we get Amelia to join the cult?
Well, Amelia's a little bit of a tough nut to crack because no one really likes her is the problem. So that's kind of one of the mysteries of this game is you try to talk to everyone. But it's kind of like we mentioned earlier as well. If there's multiple ways to solve every puzzle, and you'll actually notice there's a score up in the corner there.
Okay.
And doing certain things will influence that. So let's say you go a little more insane than normal. Let's say you just various different things you use. Well, let's show off the book, actually, because if we go back to the sewer...
Look at that loading screen.
Thank you. We know.
Amazing.
3,000 plus hours in Microsoft Paint right there.
All right, so you got the book, and now what does the book do?
So the book is our unholy tome of secrets, and if you show this to almost anyone, they will be converted to the cult.
Interesting.
However, it will also lower your score. So if we go show Amelia the book, I'm not actually sure if Lachlan can show the book to Amelia, but we'll find out. Let's see. The problem with Lachlan is he talks. There we are.
There it is.
There you go.
But you'll notice our score, which was previously 50, has tanked to 39. So
Okay, yeah, so players are going to have to make a decision, right? Do they want to beat the game fast, or do they want to get a high score?
exactly.
Gotcha.
There is also a perfect run that we've tried to calculate out, so it'll be fun to read some of the comments and see who can manage to achieve it.
Nice. Yeah, is the number a secret, or is that a number you can?
It's a bit of a secret,
All
so
right.
we're going to let people try to
You'll
figure
know.
it out.
You'll know when you know.
Yeah. So right. So if players wanted to go in and try out and get that high score, where can they find the game?
We actually just released out of early access on Steam. We should be posting our links in the chat.
About like what, an hour ago?
Yeah, something like
Something
that.
like that. Yeah.
Just barely. We also, if you want one of our wonderful shirts or anything like that, we have a link to an Etsy store as well.
So I actually wanted to comment on that. I took a break and grabbed a bit of merch from their merch store. So definitely recommend checking that out. So those links should probably be in the Twitch chat
Yeah,
somewhere.
we'll hope so.
For sure. Yeah. One other thing I wanted to mention is that I love the music.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
That's all.
The music is so much
It's all
fun,
on.
right?
It's all on me.
So yeah, what was the process like for deciding on the music?
I mean, I'm a big fan of those really early, like LucasArts kind of point and clicks, Day of the Tentacle,
Gotcha.
and whatnot. And I was trying to base the soundtrack off of those previous sort of feels of the point and click, seeing as how our game is sort of like almost like an homage to those earlier projects that came before.
Yeah, a big part of our game has been trying to go back to things like Secret of Monkey Island or the old Day of the Tentacle games.
God,
like
yeah.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people might try this game and be like, it's frustrating, I can't figure out what to do. And we're like, well, that's kind of where the influence comes from, you know?
Gotcha. Right. So this is a game for people who are fans of those classic point and click advententures.
Exactly. It's not exactly a pixel hunt, but it's definitely not going to be an easy process either.
For sure. All right. So I don't know if we haven't talked to the lady up there in the blue shirt.
Yes. Let's actually go talk to. I believe it's Emily. I'm mixing up people all of a sudden. Josie, I'm so sorry. The disrespect. So this is an interesting one because she is Dean's granddaughter. So normally when you try to preach to someone, convince them to join your cult.
Oh wow.
Oh yes, we also have a logbook. So you never have to feel like you missed anything.
Awesome. So that'll be great. Like you can just revise your notes and see if
Exactly.
like if you get any hints for how to convert.
Again, understanding relationships and who works well with who is tantamount to winning this game and achieving a great score.
And we're also just looking at, if we go back to our little book there, this is our logbook, so you can actually see what every person is holding, whether they've been converted to your cult or not. And it's just kind of an easier way to keep track of everything.
Yeah, that's super handy for a game like this, right? Knowing where things are. So
Totally.
That's awesome.
And you'll notice Dean here has unfortunately
Oh, no.
completely lost all his sanity and been sucked into the portal.
Game over.
That is our game over right there.
That's a shame. All right, so you can lose at this game. Gotta
You
be careful.
can. Also, something interesting that we saw is actually, if we go back to the pause menu there, we have quite a few interesting little accessibility options, some things you can change. If people don't always love HUDs, so we can completely get rid of some parts of it, just to make it a little bit cleaner, a little bit nicer.
Gotcha.
And we tried to add some accessibility options in there as well.
Very nice. I got the book again.
Exactly.
All right. Yeah, I noticed that in the top left corner up there, there's a knife, right? Is that the summoner's weapon? How does that work?
We might want to leave that as an Easter egg, but it's a button you can click, is what we can say.
Oh, I see. We'll let the players find out what that means.
Well, the players figure out what it does.
All right, cool.
But
cool.
it's a little funny little Easter egg you can try.
Interesting.
But
All right.
yeah, and there's a lot more in here we haven't shown because one of the keys to this game is that any character can talk to any other character. And that means, I think, what are we at, like 200-300 lines of dialogue?
Yeah, something incredible. Wow. God bless our writing team, writing person.
Is one person who wrote the...
Initially, yes.
Okay.
The whole thing was written by one person. Then we had a few people come in and write a fair bit at the end.
Gotcha.
But yeah, initially our writing team was one.
Yeah, but that's got to be like for a game like this where the dialogue is everything, right? You got to make sure that that's well done. So.
Exactly, and we tried to find it's a very humorous game. We tried to find a lot of the fun throughout. So we hope people play it out and try.
For sure.
Play it, enjoy it,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Get a high score.
All right. Yeah. Can you show off a couple of other things you can interact with? Are there any other things like the poster moving around that you can?
Yes. So you actually, there's a ketchup bottle sitting right there by Zach. I'm not. It's been a second since I've played, so I can't remember how you unlock the interaction. But if we do a certain talk, I believe it's with Amelia, with maybe Josie, you can actually squeeze out a pentagram, and for some reason that connects to Ted, and it lets you
Interesting.
go a little bit more. You can with the chips. You can rearrange those if you can figure it out. Maybe spell out a certain word, which is very fun for changing things.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it's a little bit convoluted how you unlock it. There's a lot of secrets in this game.
Oh, well, that's great. Yeah, because I was going to mention. So this area, it's a fairly sized area, but there's so much to do. Right?
Exactly.
There's so many things to interact with. So can you talk about just how did you come about the design of this place?
Yeah, and one of the key things as we were kind of designing the game was we wanted there to be just denseness to the area. We never wanted the player to feel like there weren't things they could interact with or places they could go. So I think there's like 3 or 4 ways to convert every person, something like that.
Multiple options if you can figure out, who works well with what, who can talk to what.
And there's actually changing relationships too. So for instance, Dean can't initially convert Zach, the guy behind the counter up there. But if you have a heart-to-heart with him, he'll slowly warm up to him, and then maybe he can.
Gotcha.
So that's it's all a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff, but it's meant to be replayed many, many times.
Excellent. Yeah, right. How long would you say on average it would take someone to get from start to finish?
Well, it depends on your reading speed, for sure. But I think if you, just the first time through, somewhere around 25, 30 minutes to beat it once, and then after that you can probably do it quicker because you kind of know.
Yeah. And then there's there's many different ways to get to the end, right?
Exactly. Some routes are going to be faster than others, all that good stuff.
Experimentation is key.
Yeah, So
and as you can see, you actually can go into the negatives with your score.
Yeah.
So
Ted's not going to be happy about that, is he?
No, he is not.
All right, awesome. So remind us again, where can we find the game?
So the game is released on Steam in full access. Feel free to go ahead and download it, and those links should be hopefully appearing in chat.
Yeah. And don't forget about the merch store,
Yes,
which is also in chat, I hope.
Fingers crossed.
Well, Ethan, Dario, thank you again for chatting with us. This
Thank you so
game came
much.
out fantastic.
Thank you.
So great work.
We love it. Thank you so much.
Please enjoy. Praise Ted.
Praise Ted.
Praise Ted.
nice to meet.
I will ask, and either we can jump in anyone you want.
Perfect. Thanks.
Hey everyone, how you doing? I am just reading my notes, and they say don't read your notes on camera. Got it. All right. So I'm still Roger. It's good to be back here with you, and we are here with the team from Revenge of the Killer Octopus. Do you want to tell everyone who you are?
Yeah, sure. My name is Rafe McCormick, and I am one of the artists and the main sound designer for Revenge of the Killer Octopus.
Awesome.
I did most of the sound effects and a lot of the art.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello. I'm Vincent Levy. I am a technical designer.
Awesome, awesome. And so, what is this game we're going to see?
Revenge of the Killer Octopus is a third-person, or should I say third octopus, shooter where you play as a mutant cephalopod with the ability to swing around, possess humans, and wield up to 8 guns. These scientists sought to create the perfect bioweapon. Now make them pay for it.
Oh, I can't wait to see this game. Let's see the trailer. Oh, we're just going to jump right into live gameplay. Let's just go ahead and do it. Let's just go into the game. All right. So, with this game, and it's going to come up here just in a second. There we go. You've told us what the game is. These are the controls. It's a third-person shooter, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. And so, tell us a little bit about the environment, what we're seeing right now.
So the game takes place in this underwater facility because, like Rafe was saying, this is an alien octopus that was experimented on, right? And that's how he got like all its powers and such. And what it's trying to do right now is just to, well, murder everybody, as you can see, and break out. You know, just go into the ocean and live its happy life.
That's amazing. And originally, so the art of this game is very striking. And originally, it was a different art style. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we kind of had different phases where we were sort of like trying to narrow down what our art style was going to look like. But basically, when we started, we had every artist go around and create their own idea of what a octopus wielding guns looks like. See, at this time, we didn't know that we were going to stick with the 8 guns. But, you know, that sort of came along as we were going through this art style. So our art style is sort of like a combination of, like, I guess I'd say Subnautica, Civic Combine from MTG, as well as, like, BioShock. And there's a little bit of TF2 in there, I'd say, as our references.
Funny. That's great. Those are great inspirations. Now, I want to ask you guys about the movement, because the movement cracks me up. And one of our professors, Gabe Olson, was really interested in how this octopus moves. How is this working? Because it is so much fun to watch this guy move, right?
No, turn that.
Sure. So, we one of our biggest challenges was like the lack of animators on our team. So one of the ways that we found around that was to, let's just ragdoll that octopus. Yeah.
So like the physics are moving it?
Yeah, exactly. And we're just simulating the physics. We thought that would play into the fun of like this whimsical creature that is this octopus shooting people with guns, right? And in added to that, there's also like a grappling tentacle that you can use to move around as well.
Now the octopus has all these weapons. How's it holding the weapons?
Well, it's an alien octopus, right?
Yeah.
It has powers.
It's got these like psychic distortions you can see around it that are holding these guns.
Telekinetic gun holding. Oh, I love it. It's great. So we've talked about what this game looks like, right? It's this sci-fi environment with this awesome octopus with a cool pattern. Tell me about the pattern.
Well, that's actually a sort of ringed pattern that sometimes can occur in octopi, given that they can sort of change the texture and color of their skin. But that, alongside a lot of the other emissive sort of items we have in our game, was just sort of the ways that we wanted our octopus to be sort of eye-catching. And, you know, I mean, like all these different lights and colors throughout the level really give it sort of its bioluminescent look, I'd say. That's something we were trying to go for. And, I mean, it lets you see it in the dark. You know, the light changes as you go through the level.
Beautiful. Now, I'm watching the game, and I played the game. It's frantic, right? It's just a ton of fun because of how freaking frantic this game is. you just jumped on someone's head. We've talked about what the octopus looks like. What can the octopus do? Like, what are the different actions the player could take in the game?
Oh, wow. So lots of actions, actually. So the two main things that you see in the game is the octopus building up to 8 guns and possession as well, right? So the octopus has the ability to wield at guns, but not at all times. As you can see, every time you possess somebody, you get more health.
Okay.
And the more health you have, the more guns you have.
So as you grab onto these dudes and get more health, you get bigger guns?
Yes.
Or
yes.
more guns?
Yeah, you get bigger
Both.
and more guns.
Both?
Yes. As you can see right now, we have like 8 slots of health, and we have 8 guns, 2 of them being rocket launchers.
Oh, because you can see all the guns on the outside of the screen and all the health at the top.
Exactly. So that's our 2 biggest mechanics. So the build up to 8 guns, right? The gunplay. So depending on how much health you have, that's gonna change your gunplay, right? If you have like more health, that means that you have more affordances. You can like shoot from farther away. You can like take bigger risks, right?
Yeah.
But if you have like less health, then you have to like think more on your approach, and also that's gonna make you look for enemies to possess and take over, because that's gonna give you more health, and that's gonna give you more guns. So you're in this constant loop of losing health, gaining health, and gaining more guns.
So you're incentivized to keep your health high because you're more powerful.
That's the
Exactly.
idea.
Oh, that's freaking phenomenal. so look, you're running around, you're grabbing people, you're shooting. What are you trying to do? Like, what's the goal of the game?
Basically, you're trying to break out of this underwater laboratory facility where they've been experimenting on you, among other sea creatures, to create these bioweapons for who knows what nefarious purposes. We figured having just like a totally evil scientist group would be, justifiable when you're going around lasering thousands of them.
Yeah, it's okay to eat. It's okay to laser an evil scientist, right?
Yeah,
We all know
because
that.
they're doing unethical things.
Yeah,
so,
come on.
You know.
That deserves a laser.
Yeah.
And then, are you just trying to clear the whole level of the guys, or
Not so. You're trying to get these different key cards so you can escape from this facility, blowing it up behind you, basically. And there's 3 key cards scattered throughout the different levels. This is one of them right
there's
now.
a key card right there.
Yeah.
How do I find these key cards? Do I just kind of wander around till I find them?
So you're going to follow these breadcrumbing lights, basically, that we've set around the levels. They actually change when you gather the key card. But the idea is we kind of want the player to just sort of explore this really large multi-level area. And that's just one way we can sort of guide them when they're like, okay, I've had my fun. Let's get to the objective.
In the little lines, which are subtle, right? So they look like part of the environment, but they're actually clues, right?
That's the idea.
About how to get there. How many levels, or rooms, or you have an interesting construction? It's an interesting map. Tell me about the map.
So we had this idea of do like a hub and spoke structure, like around the level design. So right now we're on the hub, and it's like this big central area, and that leads to 3 other levels. And each level has like its own identity. So this level right here, for instance, that's what we call like the arena level. So it has like big open spaces. All the fights are really like open. You don't really have that much separation between rooms and such. You have like separation between like floors. And the other level that we have as well is a circular level. So you have 2 doors, but you can come in from like any door, and that changes your approach, right? Depending where you begin, you're gonna end up somewhere else, but you're still gonna need to find a key there somewhere.
So off of the main hub, each like hallway leads you to a different level.
Exactly.
Each with its own key card.
Each has its own key card, and they're all designed differently. So like one has this open area, and the other is not so much.
Yeah, exactly. And the 3rd level as well is like it's kind of like a succession of like bigger and bigger rooms.
Yeah.
And the biggest challenge in that one is that you have to go all the way through, get the key card, and then just bounce back.
Yeah.
And go through like all the rooms again.
Oh, nice.
Without dying, otherwise you lose your key card.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's so funny. So you do all of this, and then How does it? I don't want to spoil it, but how's it end?
It's just a little picture saying the time you got, good for speed running, and basically that you escaped the facility. We just kind of wanted to put most of our focus in terms of mostly into just the action and just
The running and gunning.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Let me ask you a hard question. So, all right, so I'm looking at your game, right? It's really pretty. It's got a lot of effects. It's very large. How are you loading all of this with no load screens or anything?
Oh, okay. So that was a big challenge, honestly, especially when we started putting out the levels together. But we're basically using the secret technology called level streaming. So as you go through, depending where you are, only sections of the map are loaded.
Oh, so it's not loading the entire map into the computer's memory, just portions of it?
Yeah. Exactly. So right now, as you can see, only this map is being loaded, only this room. And if somebody were to go through the next door, through the door into the next level, then that level would be loaded onto memory, and this current level would be unloaded.
Awesome. Where can they play this?
Well,
Steam. Get it on Steam. That's the main place to see it. It's free. I recommend everyone check it out at least a little bit. It's a ton of fun.
It'll be live next week?
Yeah.
It's live right now?
Get out of
it's live right
Dodge.
now.
Yeah.
It's live right now?
It's live right now.
That's amazing. So you can play Revenge of the Killer Octopus right now. It's free. So you're like bona fide game developers.
We are game developers.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
That's amazing. All right, you get the last word. Anything you want to say to the studio audience?
Octopus are very smart animals.
They're beautiful creatures. They
really are.
You gotta protect
respect octopuses. Yeah.
I love that. That's the perfect way to close it. I didn't even have a joke about it because it's so true. All right, thank you everyone for watching and seeing Revenge of the Killer Octopus. Congratulations on the amazing game.
Yeah, thank you
Thanks
so
for being
much.
a good professor.
Oh, nah, Fernando and Gabe, they're the great ones.
You're all great. Thanks so much.
Hi, my name is Josh Marchand, and I went to the University of Utah for the game development program for both my undergrad and for the master's program. I was on the project, the Maya of the Desert. It was a 3D platforming game where you're a geomancer that controls the Earth, and you use this ability to solve puzzles and maneuver around the world and things like that. We were a relatively bigger team. We had 25% of the entire cohort on our team. And that was just because we were all drawn to the idea. We thought it was really cool. We wanted to do a game that gave us a chance to be more creative with the puzzles we were trying to solve and the tech that we would need to do to make a game like that. So my job was just to make sure that because this game was being pulled in so many different directions as a game that was very open world, it was a very ambitious game. We were trying to make a very big professional looking game. My job was to make sure that the game made coherent sense to the player from the get-go. So it was, can a player solve this puzzle? Can the players understand where they need to go? Does the player understand the button mappings? Do they understand the UI? Do they understand how to use this ability to solve this puzzle? Yeah, so my specialty being user research is very niche, and it wasn't something I went into the program knowing I wanted to do. I've known I wanted to work in games since I was 14, but I didn't know what that meant. And so throughout my teenage years and my early 20s, I explored and experimented with the different roles in game development. I tried art. I suck at art. I tried programming. I don't like math. And so but I did find out that I did have a knack for planning and for project development and things like that. And so I started looking towards production within game development. And so I went into the undergrad program going, I'm going to be a game producer. And while at my time there, I was frantically trying to get enough credits to graduate with the new bachelor's of science in games degree, which meant I needed to take basically every EAE class that was available. And one of them was the games user research class. I realized that that was always something that was very close and interesting to my heart with games, which is, why do people like certain things in games, and why do certain things make sense where other things don't? And so when I found out that there was a field in game development where people use psychology to make sure that the player is being representative in game development, I knew that that's what I wanted to do. My job is really, really cool. As a user researcher, my job is to be a representative of the player when they are in game development. So you have two types of UX in game design. You have UX design, which is the people trying to make sure that the game is as usable as possible, as readable as possible. But user research are the ones that then take the game, put it in the hands of the player, and try to figure out where there are things not making sense to the player. The best way to look at it is, when you make a game, you have an intent of how you want that game to be experienced by a player. When the player plays the game, they have an actual experience. What a user researcher does is try to find the differences between the intent and the player experience and figure out why there's a difference and how can we fix that and make it more towards what your intended experience is supposed to be. This is something I think everyone should hear, which is, do not take your education passively. You are the champion in your story. You are the main character. This program is designed and set up in a way to help you achieve your academic goals. No one's going to stop you from just, running through, like, just kind of slumming through your 4 years or your 6 years or your 2 years, wherever you're planning to do. No one's going to stop you from doing that. But it's going to hurt you in the end of the day. If you want to make games, don't wait for a teacher to give you an assignment to make a game. Don't wait for capstone. Don't wait for your graduate project. Make a game today. It can be remaking Tetris. It can be making Galaga. It doesn't matter. Make a game today. Learn from that and be the main character in your story. Be the proactive person. And if you do that, you will start learning because you want to learn, not because Adam's giving you a grade, not because Corinne's giving you a grade, not because Ashley's giving you a grade. It's because you know that the things you're learning will make you a game developer. And that counts even after you graduate, right? Something that can be very disheartening is not having an offer. Like I said, I had 3 offers before I graduated, but not everyone has that opportunity. And it's not because you're not good. It's not because you're not smart. It's because for every one position, there's probably 2,000 people trying to apply. It is a luck of the cards thing. Do not tell yourself you didn't get the job because you're not qualified. Pity them for missing out on you. Because if you did everything you could during school, if you took control of your, if you are being that main character in your story, then it's on them for missing out on you. So just always keep applying. It's okay to take another job while you keep applying. It's okay to it's okay. It's going to be okay. Just keep trying. Don't give up. And reach out to me. I'm always happy to talk. If you ever need motivation, if you ever need someone to vent to, you can find me on LinkedIn. I'm always happy to talk.
I was muted. Welcome back to the finale of the capstone projects. We just listened to Josh Marchand, and I tell you, it brought a little tear to my eye. I always love it when previous alumni come visit, and especially when we get a look at their games. I just remember all the blood, sweat, and tears that went into them. And the truth is, game making is hard, but it's also incredibly rewarding, especially on a day like this, when we get to sit back and look at all the hard work that all these teams have done. For those stopping by again, I said that 180 students, 180 graduate students, or sorry, undergrad students are showing their games today. So we've looked at 6 of those, and we're going to move on to the next 2. And I just want to say, these amazing games you've worked on, we will look back at them with the same kind of awe and inspiring moments that we just heard Josh talk about, right? Because you're going to go move on. You're going to use these experiences to make more great things. So to all the students in our capstone class, you really knocked it out of the park this year. I speak for Roger and Fernando that we are continually amazed by the innovation, the dedication, the passion you have for games. And so anyone listening, go check out these games, check them out on Steam, give the team some feedback, tell them how amazing their game is, or just honest feedback in general. They will appreciate it. But I digress. We're going to move on to the final 2 capstone games, which are none other than, to look at it, none other than Soul in the Chamber and Splunches of the Regret. A Soul in the Chamber, I'm so excited about that game. Because it has a full-on level editor built in. They'll talk about it, so I don't want to spill the beans too much. And then Splunches of Regret, because of the amazing effects, level design, and general design that went into that. Congratulations on publishing some amazing games, and I will turn the time over to Roger and Fernando.
Then let us begin.
Well, that was one good-looking trailer.
Yeah.
I tell you what. I'm Roger. I'm the professor here at Entertainment Arts and Engineering and the professor of the capstone class with these mighty fine students.
Absolutely.
As well as with Gabe and Fernando, who are not on camera, but you'll be seeing them later or before or however you're watching this.
Absolutely.
Ezra, you want to introduce yourself and the team?
Yeah, hi. My name is Ezra Botansky. I'm the lead producer for 3-Out Company Ranch for Soul in the Chamber. Our 3-Out Company Ranch, we're a 25-person student team, and we've made this amazing game. I mean, I'm a little biased, but I think it's absolutely phenomenal.
You're a little biased. I'll give you that.
Only a little bit.
I'm going to concur. It is an amazing game. It is an amazing game. How did you guys come up with this idea of Soul in the Chamber?
So initially, we wanted to make a fast-paced first-person shooter, and we wanted to make sure that the mechanics for it kind of influenced and tried to propel the player forward, the entire time. We noticed that kind of games that were coming out were a little slower, and we took a lot of inspiration from like Mirror's Edge and Titanfall and how they kind of use their movement to like really emphasize their mechanics.
Yeah, punchy, fast action that really leads you into that core gameplay.
Exactly. Yeah. So as you can see right here, Kevin.
Actually, let's cut over to it. Let's take a peek at this game.
Sorry.
And while that's coming up, why don't you tell us what we're looking at?
Yeah. So right now, Kevin Allen, who's our tech artist on the team, he is currently playing through one of our levels called Ruins of the Call. He is doing a phenomenal job, I must say, and he's kind of showing off exactly what the game's all about. We wanted to give our players a lot of momentum and movement options, right? So not only do you have a jump and a slide, you also have a wall run, a wall climb, and an air thrust, which can help you platform across these tricky platforms.
For people who don't know what it is, what's an air thrust?
So an air thrust is kind of like a jetpack, basically.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of used as a tool to help the player just barely get back onto the platform.
Oh, so if they just miss, they can kind of get that last little umph.
Exactly. Kevin just demonstrated it there. Yeah. And here you can see a great example of kind of the environment you'll be going through during the game, going from temples to outside areas and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's fantastic.
It's absolutely great. The main thing about our game that I want to get across is that our main mechanic, because it's probably the most unique part of our game. Our main mechanic is that you have to manage your one shot. So if you hit your target, all's good, your bullet gets right back to you. But if you miss, like Kevin's about to show you, like that, you're going to have to reload, which costs you some health. So we really want to make sure the player felt the urgency and wanted to make sure that they thought about what the shots they were doing instead of just spray and pray, essentially.
So just so we're clear, so most first-person shooters are what you said, spray and pray, shoot a lot of guns, blah, blah, blah. Your gun only has one bullet.
Yep.
And if you miss,
you have to reload, which will cost you some health. Exactly.
So basically, you can sacrifice a little bit of your life to get a second bullet. If you do that too many times, you die?
That's exactly right.
Oh, brutal. You guys are hardcore.
It's tough, yeah. I mean, so with our levels, we wanted to make sure that the player had chances to really play with the tools that we're giving them, right? So lots of areas where you can wall run and jump and shoot and all that kind of stuff. You saw a little bit earlier, Kevin used the slow motion ability, which slows down time for a little bit, lets you take a couple seconds just to aim your shot just right and keep moving.
So slow motion, wall running, air thrust, but only one bullet.
But only one bullet. Exactly, I know. It's crazy.
Brutal.
Another thing we wanted to emphasize with our level design is, we'll get to it a little bit later, but we have a speedrunning element to our game, where not only can you play this game slow and explore and kind of figure out the world and the environment and that kind of stuff, you can also play it fast. And we've designed specifically for a way that some levels have that kind of options available. Kevin's going to move.
Times right there, right?
Exactly, and I'll get back to that in just a second. Great. We're going to have Kevin move on to the next level. This is called Hall of the Lost, and it's kind of a short and sweet level, but it gives you an idea of the kind of variety you'll see when you're playing the game.
Excellent.
As you can see, we have some different kinds of enemies. That big bird one is one that's really tricky. It'll shoot you and then teleport, shoot you again. We have some stationary enemies, and of course some dogs that'll come after you. So always keep moving is the idea.
Yeah, and the stationary enemies, are they like archers? Are they taking aim at you?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly what it is. And you have those jackal enemies which will kind of run up and try to get you. So you got to stay on your toes at all times.
And this is like the dodge through Captain Kirk Enterprise moment where the things are trying to smash you.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. As you can see, Kevin just made an absolutely beautiful shot there as we move on to the next level,
That's great. And you got 3 stars. What gives you the stars?
So that was actually a good point. Right in the upper left there, you see we have 3 objectives. So we found that most of the time players would reach the end just fine. We wanted to kind of promote them to play a certain way and kind of experience the levels fully, right? So you have objectives such as reach without getting shot, don't miss a shot, reach under a certain time, which kind of leads the player to reach towards that speedrunner aspect of it, which we've kind of leaned into,
Adds so much replayability.
Absolutely. So people try to go to 3 stars, and you can only upload upload your scores if you've gotten 3 stars on the level at least once.
Oh, so if you went for like a all-out run, but just crossed over without completing all 3 things, you don't get to put your time in?
Exactly.
Wow.
We wanted to make sure the levels that are the kind of scores that are getting uploaded are people who have really figured out the map and not just people playing it for the first time.
Yes, people just didn't hack through it or playing. So there's no way to really cheat at that because you got to do all these things.
Exactly.
That's great. Speedrunning has really caught on, right? This idea of how fast can I play a game, right?
And speaking of that, the way we wanted to kind of emphasize that is that we have a completely online game. As you can see right there, we have high scores.
Yeah.
These are all set by devs right now, but we also have uploaded the game to the public. And we can kind of show you what it's like to kind of go fast through these levels. Really? So you can upload your scores, and we also have another feature we'll get to in a second, kind of as a surprise.
Ooh, I'm excited.
Where also uses that online feature. That was great work done by the O'Donohues, who really made a web server from the ground up using AWS.
Oh, so your scores are being saved online.
Exactly.
So they're not just being saved on your computer like an old arcade game.
Exactly.
If you're playing in Australia, you'll still see the times.
Exactly. As long as the game is connected to the internet, you'll be able to see other people's times.
That's phenomenal.
And I feel like that really helped bring the community around this aspect, the community aspect around this game.
Yeah.
People love trying to compete with each other. I mean, our devs, we've been having a great time trying to get the speeds times lower and lower and lower. And trying to see who can get the best time.
So I think we've talked a lot about the gameplay. This game has a kind of a cool story, doesn't it?
Yeah. So with our narrative, we wanted to make sure that it was there, but we didn't want to make sure that we don't want to let the players slow down because it would get in the way of the gameplay.
Yeah, I think that reading, thrusting, jumping, parkour, that's maybe too much.
Exactly. One of our industry guests kind of pointed out not a lot of people like to read, so what we tried to do is kind of put it to the side. So we have an artifact system, which Kevin could show you right now. It's really cool, and basically what you can do is if you find certain collectibles throughout the level, you can view the lore of our world.
So like you unlock things like this.
Yep.
And then you can read about them later.
Exactly.
Got
so
it.
it's not in the way, and our game is also fully voice acted, so people who really don't like to read, they can choose to just listen to our wonderful voice actor, Fraser, who also voices Zuma.
Really?
Our character, yep.
Oh, that's
It's pretty exciting.
And that's cool. I mean, a lot of people really like that, being able to kind of slowly go through all the story, not have to worry about skipping it over. I think it's a great idea.
Absolutely. I know when I've played games, I feel like, I missed something. I'm never going to see that again.
Yeah.
But this is a way that's kind of hands-off, kind of passive, but still has a lot of amazing work done by our lead narrative guy, Adam Weinstein.
This level looks so different than the last one.
So this is the spirit world where we've kind of exited our world. Things have gone a little haywire, and this is kind of the area. We don't want to spoil the entire game too fast, but yeah. I think now would be a great time to actually switch over back to the previous level that we were doing, Runes of Call, and show you what it's like to speedrun a level.
Oh, I want to see that, yeah.
Yeah, because as you know, that level is actually pretty long. But we found some actually really creative strats to cut down on time. Yeah, for example, you'll see Kevin here.
Are you going to set the record, Kevin?
He's going to try.
All right.
Basically what you see there, he's kind of spam crouching, right? A little disorienting, but we found that it actually makes you go faster.
Like he's using the slide, like he's cheating the slide?
Exactly. We call it jessing, and that's kind of the fun things we found during gameplay. We decided to leave it on purpose because we wanted to make sure that the speedrunning mechanics were still there.
And players love finding this kind of stuff out. And
exactly.
It, yeah.
That's exactly right. So you can see Kevin's just flying through this level right now.
Yeah, just screaming.
Lots of cool skips and stuff, yeah.
Don't look down, Kevin.
Yeah, see, look at that. Just skip the whole section right there. Missed, but it's all right. Because you just get right back up.
Oh,
and
it just
you keep
respawns.
Going. Exactly. We didn't want to penalize the player too much for missing or dying or anything kind of stuff like that. Exactly.
So is it a checkpoint system then? Or?
Exactly.
Okay,
checkpoints. Yeah. You can also, for speedrunners, I know they want to kind of try for the best time. So you can we have a quick restart button with Q, which will set you right back to the beginning.
Oh, so if you're going and you realize you're off time, you just hit Q.
Exactly.
Start your run
Easy
over.
like that.
People love that.
Exactly. I think now that we've seen a little bit of speedrunning, we can switch over to our super surprise feature, which is our custom
There's
level
already
editor.
too much. I feel like we're in an infomercial, but there's more.
But there's more, exactly. Coming from me directly from 3 Hawk Company Ranch is the custom level editor.
What?
As you can see, Kevin here is going to make a little tiny demo level. But basically, we spent a lot of time working on this. It was definitely one of our stretch goals, and we totally nailed it. And people can share these levels online as soon as you make it online with everyone else, all within the game.
It's killing me. And so for those of you who don't know, like this means that you can make your own levels of this game.
Exactly.
They'll be on the web server. Let's forget about the technology. You can make your own levels. Your friends can boot this game up and play your levels.
Absolutely. Easy as that.
Awesome.
And we were thinking about implementing Steam Workshop, which would have been outside of the game, but we figured it'd be much easier and much more user-friendly for the player to really just be able to do it in the game.
So I don't have to download anything.
Exactly. Just
And
ready
these are
to
like
go.
almost like the tools you use to make the game.
Absolutely. See, well, Kevin just placed a running wall right there, and he put a level end. He might even put an enemy or two, but he can also test it immediately, like this.
Come on, are you going to play your own level?
Exactly. Just like that, it'll work. But yeah, so we wanted to make sure this also kind of leaned into our community aspect, right? So players, we noticed that players really like sharing around, right? So we know Gabe, our professor, he loves Mario Maker too.
He
And
does.
that kind of community that the game builds, we wanted to kind of get in touch with that, you know?
Yeah, I love it. I think it's great. And the nice thing about this is, for those of you watching, this means you could try being a game developer. If you've never developed a game, download Soul in the Chamber.
Exactly.
You can build some levels, build your own levels to speedrun or to explore. What a cool option.
It's honestly one of my favorite features because people can try level design if they've never done it before. And I know Unreal Engine and Unity can be kind of intimidating.
Yeah.
You know?
This is
So we
drag
wanted to
and
give
drop.
them this option. Exactly.
I got to be honest, I was skeptical. I didn't think you were going to get it done.
Oh, why would you doubt us? Why would you
you
doubt
know,
us?
you're so talented. This whole team is so talented.
Yes.
But, you know, this is a heavy lift. This is not an easy thing to make. And, like, what was the driving? Who pulled this off for you?
So I would say the main person working on this custom level editor was Josh Alexander.
Oh.
Basically, during development, he was like, hey, I'm going to make a level editor. I thought as a producer it was going to be out of scope, and he just really pushed through and nailed it. We've also had a lot of work on it from our UI artists like John Carlos, working on how we want to make sure this is as user-friendly as possible, basically.
That's amazing.
Yeah, because it's hard to teach someone how to make a level, but once we get the tools in there, it makes things pretty easy and cool.
Oh, I can't wait to make a level. And so you can't keep a good developer down.
Yeah.
Do you get to record times for the levels or no?
Yeah, so each custom level should have a time attached to it, but the main part is just sharing the fact that you can
Sharing
make
these levels, letting someone enjoy doing it.
making that nice community. I know I've shown it around to my family, and they've been really awed by it. You know, I think it's probably one of our best features.
Well, it's surprising, right? Because normally in a student game, you barely get everything done just because of time crunch. And now we're actually getting to do extra things like build the levels with you.
Exactly.
Don't tip it over too much, it'll fall.
Oh, no, you see, this is actually part of his architecture design. It's part of his creator vision right there.
I feel like I'm in Inception or something, right? Like, it's pretty great.
It's pretty cool. And we wanted to make sure the player had all the freedom they wanted to make levels like they saw in our game.
Where can people play it?
People can play this, of course, on Steam. It's currently on there and ready to be downloaded.
So they can get on there today on Steam and download it. I'm sure someone's putting the text in the chat and get going on it.
And they've got links to our Twitter and such, yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. What do you want to tell the audience about this game that they should know as they leave and get ready to download this?
I would say our game is so amazing and unique, and I cannot stress enough how amazing it was to work on this game with my amazing team. We were 25 people, mostly remote, and being able to remotely manage this game has been an actual honor for me.
Yeah.
It's been so fun to see this game come together all since beta, all the way to here, what you see currently. And it's been an experience like nothing else.
It's 25 geniuses who all happen to be working together. All of them available to hire. So if you're looking for a talented young person, give them a call, right? There's a whole group of them out there.
Yeah.
But I just couldn't be more proud of y'all. This is a fantastic game. It's a very thoughtful game, very tightly tuned, which is surprising. That's hard to do. And that level creator just puts it over the top.
I really agree.
All right,
I'm a little
awesome,
biased.
awesome. All right, say hi to your friends and family out there, and we'll take off.
Hey, guys.
All right.
Go play Soul in the Chamber on Steam right now.
We're going to do that. Sounds good. Perfect time.
At the last of the capstone games, the last of our 8 teams, I'm going to go ahead and just let Splinters of Regret take the floor.
Okay, so we are Shatterbox Studios, and I am Caroline Henry, and I'm the producer.
And I'm Eric Gagan. I did the level design, VFX, and environment art.
Okay, so Splinters of Regret is an atmospheric action bullet hell where you fight against manifestations of your regrets.
Yep.
And we'll just go into our tutorial, right into gameplay. So you'll see that at the start, all of your abilities are grayed out. We have designed this tutorial so that slowly you gain each ability. This first statue will give you just a simple melee. This will be the like kind of basic form of combat. You can just kind of, if you hold down R, you can just kind of combo and get rid of enemies really quick. And then next we have our dash, which is very, very useful. Pretty much you just aim your mouse and then press E and you dash in the direction. If you dash off of an edge, then it kind of restarts you back to where you last landed. And dash is also a great ability to dodge enemies, which is important for our bullet hell. You don't want to get attacked. And you can use that along with your melee and just get to places faster. Next we have a fireball. This is a long range attack. Pretty much you move your cursor and then press E and the fireball goes wherever your cursor is. So if you can't reach an enemy, you can just use this ability to defeat them. And then next we also have a variety of items and artifacts. Right now we kind of give you a free reign of choosing out 3 of them, but these are dropped items from enemies and they kind of go in the G slot in the 1, 2, 3 slot. You'll see that Reed is picking up one of the artifacts that kind of helps you with health. And then we'll just keep going. Next we have the Wave Blast. This is a great stunning ability, and you can kind of just combo it with other abilities once enemies are kind of just stop moving. And then for our last ability, we have the Void Parade, which is kind of like it's one of our more powerful abilities, but you can kind of line up enemies and then just use it and just walk away as it kind of goes by itself. And you can, of course, use it with other abilities as well. And then as we continue, we also have one more ability. You'll see that the purple bar in the screen is darkening. If you take too much damage, you will splinter, as we're showing here.
Very nice.
And pretty much when you're in this state, you are very vulnerable. You'll see the white bar, which is your health. It decreases by 10 every time you get hit. So you don't want to get hit by the orbs after a certain time. And during this, the splinter bar will refresh and you'll be able to kind of go as normal afterwards. With these abilities, you can combo them and kind of just go through the game however you want with each of these combos. Yeah, and then once you get out of this tutorial, goes into our game. So you play as a person who has done a lot of sins in life, and because of that, they have been transported to this place of regret, and they have to fight their regrets to find some sort of redemption. And you can see that they thought that they were a free person, but it turns out that they're still stuck in their mountainous prison and still has to figure out how to get out.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That little cutscene looked really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a teammate named Miro work on the cutscenes. So you'll see here, we actually made a language for Splinters of Regret. We have a teammate named Nicole who did a lot of language design. She really researched syntax and what it takes to make a language. This included like getting the sounds and connecting the sounds to letters, and then kind of directing us in how to make a actual like our own language of symbols and stuff. So Nicole did a lot with that.
Yeah, definitely. And something with the kind of overall flow of the levels that we thought would be good to incorporate is being symbolic of overcoming regret. We have the player starting at the bottom of a mountain, and throughout the levels they end up scaling up to the peak of the mountain. And so that's the overall level flow, and our level design team did a wonderful job throughout the semester. We had Reed, who designed the tutorial, Devin, who designed the lava levels, and then myself, who designed the ice levels, which you're seeing one of these ice levels here right now. And then throughout the semester, we received very good feedback that we were able to incorporate and apply to the levels to make improvements on them. And then once we got a solid block out to the levels, it was time for the environment art. And a lot of artists at this time were busy with different tasks, and so I was very lucky to have the opportunity to do the environment art for the lava levels and the ice levels. And then once we got that to a certain point, we wanted to add more props and assets in the levels. And throughout the semester, we had different artists who became available to help out with that. And so there was a group of 6 of us that were able to 3D model and texture all these different assets that you'll see throughout the levels. And then throughout the semester, our lighting artist, Sebastian, did many different passes throughout the semester to really just make the levels shine, make them look good. And you kind of see back there, Reed just pointed to a little decal that we have of other teams. So we have little Easter eggs throughout the game that will kind of shout out to the other teams. And
that's really considerate and appropriate for being the last team to present, so that's awesome.
Yeah. So our engineers, Cameron and you, made different traps throughout the levels. You saw some of the ice geysers and the fire geysers that were coming up from the ground. And there's a few more, but they really create a different challenge throughout the levels that the player has to overcome. And then right here you see, this is one of our combat arenas, which was engineered by Cameron. And he did a wonderful job. This keeps the player in a certain place on the map, and the player has to face waves of enemies throughout the levels. And so, and then one of the big things that we focused on was the sound for the game. Our sound engineers, Reed, Coulter, and Ramiro, use WWise to create a sound system that evolves as you play the game. An example of this is that the music changes depending on if you're in a different environment, whether or not you're in combat, or whether or not you're splintering. And so multiple situations where the music will change accordingly. And then, as you can tell, a big part of our game is the VFX. These were done by myself and Jeremy. And we focused on having the VFX just look as good as possible, but at the same time have the VFX make sense according to what we were using that VFX for. And so that covers the majority of what we were wanting to talk about, and we'd like to leave some time for some questions. Anything standing out to you?
My goodness, there's so much standing out to me right now. This game is absolutely gorgeous. The environments, there's so much going on. Like, I don't know if our players noticed there was just like a jaw on there on the entrance of that, and then we had the spine that led to this lava area. This game looks amazing. So I kind of wanted to ask some questions about the design of like the different weapons and stuff, right? The different attacks that the player can do. Can you tell me a little bit more about what inspired those different attack types?
So I think what we wanted is like a variety of attacks so that players aren't stuck. I think at one point we had kind of 2 attacks that pretty much did the same thing, and we wanted to vary it. So we have a melee, so for up close, and that up closeness is very important. And then we also had a problem with like what if the enemy is too far away? We have some places where you are actually separated and enemies are separated. So we added the fireball to make sure that people can get to that.
Okay.
We have the W, so for high damage, but it has a long cooldown, so if you need a quick escape, you have that. And we also have a stun because a lot of enemies come at you, and you need like that little break, that little advantage to actually win some of these
Gotcha.
boards.
Yeah. So just to sort of get an idea, you mentioned a lot of different team members. So how big was the team that made this game?
Oh boy, we were one of, if not the largest capstone team in this kind of in EAE history. We had 26 people.
26.
And
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is an amazing job for a team of 26. This is something that you'd see like one of the big studios making. So the fact that a team of 26 was able to pull this off in a year, right? This looks amazing. So yeah, are there any other final things you wanted to leave us with?
I hope you guys check out our game. It's on. We just released it on Steam, and it's really fun. We did a lot throughout the semester, and we really learned and growed, and we hope you guys enjoy it.
Right. So yeah. So I think that the link should be on Twitch, and if not, you can look for Splinters of Regret on Steam, right? Thank you all for being here, and this is the last of the capstone team. So I just wanted to again thank all of the teams. They did such amazing work. We are immensely proud. Gabe, Roger, and myself were the instructors for the course, and we could not be more proud of the work you've all done. Gabe and Roger did amazing work, and I sort of just jumped in halfway through your process because I joined here in the spring to do the course with you all. And also just want to thank the EAE for providing this space for student games to be shown off. Student games are really important, and it's where a lot of what's coming next in the future of games is sort of starting to grow, right? So again, thank you to everybody involved. Thank you for all of you people on Twitch watching, and keep supporting student games.
And thank you. I loved having you as a teacher.
Well, thank you
Absolutely
so much.
Awesome.
All right. Well, I think we're going to move on to the next thing now. So you all enjoy the rest of EAE Launch.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to the camera. There we go.
Smokes. So we just wrapped up the 8 games created by our amazing undergrad capstone students. And I was just thinking about how, as professors of these courses, Fernando, Roger, and I, we're with these students every week, frequently. We play the games all the time, but it's amazing in game development how the last 2 to 3 weeks of a project, when there's this culmination and things are getting done and the students need to get everything ship ready, how much the game really kind of adds all this juice and flavor to it. So the games that we're seeing right now, along with everybody else viewing it, they're very fresh to us as well, because so many amazing changes have gone into them, and I am so impressed at the velocity. The games were amazing 3 weeks ago, and then they just continue to push and polish and make them into something truly remarkable. And I am blown away. I'm impressed, and I'm grateful for the opportunity I got to be a part of that. Speaking for Roger and Fernando as well, great job. Capstone, but we're moving on. We have now processed all those. Definitely go check them out on Steam. All of them are available. Shiny on Android, so go check that out. But we're going to move on now to our graduate games. So this is cohort 11. So these are our graduate students. They've been with us for 2 years at EAE. This is the only cohort to ever go through entertainment, arts, and engineering through a full pandemic development cycle. And we are so proud of these students for how they've persevered, how they've managed to go with the flow and be agile and still create some of the best work we've ever seen come out of the program. So we are incredibly impressed and amazed at these games that you're about to see. So anyone just stopping by, these are our cohort 11, our 11th year graduate students in our program. They've been working on teams for the past 2 years. Corinne is my co-professor. Both of us had the pleasure of being the professors to help guide them. Basically, we set up the milestones and let them rip, and they take charge and they create these games themselves. And we're excited to showcase those today. So we're going to start off with a game that I have messed up the title so many times, but it's La Villa de la Muerte. So we're going to take a look at that spooky game and then move on to the Sword of Atlas and check those out.
We're here.
We made it. Woo.
Hi, everybody. We are live in the EAE building. We have no idea what Gabe just told us. I told you about why we're standing here, sitting here. But I have Archer and Nick, who worked on this amazing game. We have a video that I think is going to play, so you can see it. The trailer that you just saw.
A little outdated.
Yep.
That was from November, actually.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly. So we're Outer Side Studios. We worked on La Villa de la Muerte. It's a looping psychological horror game where the player plays through this environment that we've created and slowly learns of a narrative based on La Llorona. So we're walking through right here. It's kind of the street area that we've kind of constructed. I like to say that by the beginning of the project, we were much more architects than we were game devs.
Right.
Oh, for sure.
We had to make this space feel livable because you're going to be looping through here. Hopefully we see a continuation of what we like to call a loop. And so we entered this villa. The villa is basically everywhere where things happen through here. It slowly changes. There are a ton of horror events that have popped up here. We're quite lucky that Archer was on our team because we had these ideas of looping and events and horror events and a ghost spooky AI. But without Archer, we didn't really have a design doc for
for how to narratively set this up. So I'm going to hand it to Archer as we get closer up to the stairs, entering the children's bedroom.
Yeah, so essentially how this game works, like we mentioned, it being a looping horror game. So we have this same environment that we're navigating through. Every single loop or level is another way you could think of it. So the player starts on the street, they go into the via, and then they see all these different puzzles each time. So, for example, in this level, there's like a small mobile puzzle where the player needs to kind of reassemble this mobile, and then something spooky happens, and then when they go to leave this room, it actually takes them back out onto the street, where they go back to the villa, and then the narrative progresses, and next time they go into the villa, it's actually different. Like, things are scattered. It's different than it was last time. So we kind of do a little bit of fragmented narrative kind of here.
Exactly. In our initial kind of prototype, we tried to make a proof of concept of a loop. If you remember, we had just a block out house. And then the progression of that narrative was that we wanted to, as you see, the sky is going to get a little darker, progression of the night. It was a very easy thing to attach onto as both the player and the environment start to change, and you learn more secrets about what's happened in our game. So as we go through the street, it looks very similar, but the via changes. So when we walk in through here, when we get there, before we get there, I want to talk about how our amazing environment artists and lighting artists have made this street look so much more amazing than it did basically 2 months ago.
Right.
That lighting pass really hit different.
I was going to say
for
2
our
weeks
game.
ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
So as we walk in here, I don't think I mentioned it very well, but there's suitcases on the ground there, and I look around, and if you recall, that library door was locked and closed. These environment assets were not flipped over. They were not in such disarray. So something has happened where this portrait has been thrown around in the room. I like to say that each time you complete a puzzle is when you can go through that sequence. That's like the culmination of that loop, and then you can start the next one. Archer really helped us with getting this portrait completed and how this could really work. Because like I said, we had a ton of ideas, but no real way to make them stitch together, which is very important in a horror game.
Well, and I think when Vienna originally pitched this, it's I remember worrying a lot about how scary it was going to be because I hate scary games, and and I think that you guys have made such a good, creepy, atmospheric game that is like really like it would be available to anybody to play because there's a lot of psychological complexity here.
When Vienna pitched the game, what drew me to it was that it was a kind of a mix between PT and Amnesia.
Yeah.
But it's what drew a lot of our engineers to the game too.
Yeah.
Is creating something like Amnesia with sanity. Previously in our prototype, we had like a sanity meter and light and sound. Light and sound still affect how the AI can find you.
Yeah.
But there was a lot more complexity. And when Archer came on, we started to realize it might not be possible for us to give this narrative that we're trying to give with all this complexity in the time frame that we have.
Yeah.
Given more time, definitely. Who knows? That's just how game dev goes. But in the time frame that we had, we really sunk into how can we tell this story narratively through as minimal as possible. We don't have a ton of UI, as you see through the gameplay video here. We give you instructions on how to use the lantern, but you don't have an inventory. When you pick up items within the level, you have those items, and then they leave you at the end of the level. It's contained.
Yep. Yeah, I think actually one of the things that I was really, really proud of your team is that you really onboarded a lot of advice and feedback from when we had you guys meet with Rockstar. And, you know, they took a lot of time and really played the games and then gave us that feedback. And I could see every single time that you guys met with them, what a huge change, you know, and I think you guys, the thing that you did that I'm the very most proud of is that you actually scoped down.
Oh, yeah.
You made changes to scope down.
My poor cellar level. I know when Roger saw the game yesterday for our final presentation, he was talking about how a via and a street and kind of this 1800s time frame that we were setting in Latin America, that of course there has to be a cellar. The rich people in the town are going to have a cellar of wine. But we had to cut that, which was important because it gave us time to do other things like this. I want to mention here, we're getting into the spookier levels. The via is very, very not looking great. The lighting has changed quite a lot. I want to shout out Andre and Sarah has helped
Yep.
in some of these levels to making this look and feel so spooky, especially Sarah for this part here after we've picked up this necklace. If you might remember, has the face of the guy marked out in red when we put the
Yes.
portrait back together. So we hide in this closet here, and maybe Archer can help us go through the ghost that's going to come through here, kind of our ideas for her. We just call her Ghost Lady, but
yeah, so we lovingly call her Ghost Lady. She is sort of like the matron of this like via that we are taking place in this game. So she, as you remember, like the first loop, she wasn't there. The second loop, we got a little jump scare of her. She startled you, and then you came back and she wasn't there. And then now you're having to go to these areas and you have to hide from her when she comes in. And you'll see, like in even the next loop, she's actually actively patrolling, and you'll have to hide from her while seeking out certain objects to build like a tincture of some sort.
We wanted to onboard that player with that. I mean, I've taken your narrative design class, and if you remember the first semester we had a circle, and we were saying, okay, we want to onboard you not just how to play the game, but we want to onboard you on how to play with the ghost.
Yep.
It's not fair to just throw you into a world and the ghost is chasing you. That was a big part of our development process, was getting this ghost to feel scary, but not too scary.
Well, it's the big difference in this game. You know, we've seen lots of games that do that. You know, it's instantly scary. And I think that the narrative arc that you've made here is so interesting compared to lots of other things that I've seen. Talk a little bit about the trouble that you guys have had with the doors opening. Sorry.
Sarah shaking her hands outside the window. The door.
Yeah, so the doors were a huge part. I mean, like if you think about atmosphere, a huge part of atmosphere in horror games is navigating through the environment. And there she is. She's looking. She's on patrol.
I hate that lady.
But essentially what happens is you have a lot of like wayfinding in horror games, and a lot of that is, in this house in particular, doors.
Yep.
So we have doors slamming behind you when you didn't close them. We have doors on the wardrobes that you can hide in, and there's also doors to rooms that you can go in. Making sure that a door creaks just right and opens like fast enough and to like the proper speed, and like also just with like the player using a control to open the door, like making sure that that feels good and they're able to do that is important.
I will say in the beginning, one of the problems that we had was we wanted it to be very visceral, the opening the door. But a lot of our players had difficulty, I mean, just mouse sensitivity differences in player bases and our playtesting, that opening that door could sometimes be a hindrance more than anything fun. And so one of the things I want to point out is that we did make it so you can just press E to open that door, because sometimes you're in a hectic moment and it does not feel great to just not be able to do that. But we do hope that you slowly creak open that door and play with us here in our little via. So this will probably be the last loop that we show here, and it is Andre is a superstar. What he's done here for the lighting here.
Yeah, I want to just say thank you for changing the candles to the lanterns, because every time I walked by, I'm like, I feel like I'm getting my hair on fire right now because of where they were placed. And that's polishing is so, it's because you scoped well. Like you overscoped, you figured it out. You were able to do so much extra polish at the end. It just looks so amazing, and it is scary.
That's a lot of credit. That's a lot of credit to Vienna. She pitched the game.
Yep.
They pitched the game as a looping, kind of contained space. So if we didn't need a level, like we could not have a level.
Yes.
Just cut it out, bring it together, and we can combine those. That's Archer's help bringing those in narratively.
Yep.
So their initial pitch was what drew me to the game, because I thought, okay, we can make a horror game, but we can make a strong horror game that we don't stop halfway through.
Well,
we just say, okay, now the ghost is there. That's it.
Right. And I actually, it's kind of unusual to have a vision holder be the producer. And I think that you guys have really benefited from having them be so good at that job. Sometimes the producers don't get a lot of credit,
on a team of 9, they definitely pulled their weight in making sure we could get stuff done. So it was very helpful.
Yeah, shout out to Vienna.
Shout out. I brought the otter for.
Yes. That's something that the team that you don't know that are watching, because they always had this otter video. playing in their area where they were working, so that's why it's
It's a
Otterside.
live stream.
Yes,
of
the
a-
live streams of the
zoo.
Monterey Bay or something.
Yeah, the
it's
zoo
so
has
great.
always
It's very
otters.
calming, which is not the normal.
Yeah, while working on a horror game, you have to have a balance: work-life balance, horror, cute otter balance. So that's how we played with it.
Yeah.
Around here, pretty soon, so you can see the floating objects. That's Charmy who was able to do that. These like supernatural, based on the concept art from Rebel. Seeing those concept art pictures coming through was a big part of how we were able to kind of build the via. I mean, I helped block out this via and be an architect and get this space going, but.
And Gabe and Randy were such
my
an
Lord.
integral part of your team. I mean, you have such a great team.
The puzzles and the looping would not exist without those two. So
Do you want to tell everybody where to get it?
Oh dear.
Yes. So
I know this part comes up. Hold on.
Sorry.
We're getting attacked.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So right now, the player just
it's like I can't look, so I'm just like, let's move on.
So our game is available on Steam and itch.io. If you just search La Via de la Muerte, you'll be able to find it and download it to play. So
Fantastic.
Available today. Launch today.
Yes, it launched today. Download it. Please play it and leave us a review. We'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yep, we're super excited. I think right before we came down here, a lot of the EAE games were trending on Steam, so I'm sure you guys will be right there. So that happens with launch. That's why we do this, right? So
Exactly. Well, we're excited for everybody to play it and play around in this little space we've created. So
Yes. And our real trailer's on Steam that looks
Yes.
amazing. It's so cinematic. Please go and watch it. It looks
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, I just think this courtyard, I just can't get over how different this looks than 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's great.
amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Great. We don't know how transitions are happening yet.
somebody's next. I think it's sort of Atlas who's next.
Yes.
Very excited for that.
Yeah.
Their game's great.
Yeah, we're excited. Actually, Gabe and I have just been stunned at how great all of our C11 games are. So you guys have worked really, really hard. Just not in the studio as much as I wanted you to
Our
be.
team was in the studio a lot.
Yeah.
Shout out Vienna and shout out Andre. Forza Roma.
Yes, Forza Roma.
Wish he was here.
Yep. We have all the other students staring at us through the side
They are.
windows.
They're excited.
I know. They're excited to come in
I'm
and talk
excited
about
for
their
Weird
games.
Hat Fight. That's going to be a monster bash of loud noises.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
So
Yeah.
yeah, we should just have everybody come in.
Okay,
Great.
perfect.
Great.
My, what a motley crew I've managed to surround myself with.
After I lost my family, I was raised by a beast of a man. My bow set me free.
There is something of the divine in that blade of yours, yet the pairing is not ordained.
Okay. Hi, everybody. We're back. We are with Joe and Dylan from the Sword of Atlas team. You just saw the awesome trailer for that. Every time I see that trailer, I think I've seen it like 3 times in the last 3 days. I'm just like, holy crap. That's not the word I wanted to use, but it's just so amazing. So do you want to tell everybody about your game?
Sure. Sword of Atlas is a tactical role-playing game inspired by genre giants like Fire Emblem and Final Fantasy. So we combine a grid-based combat system with an active time meter combat. So your meter will fill up as you progress through the board, and that is what determines your turn order. As you travel the world of Atlas, you collect different companions, you figure out more from their stories, and you fight your foes using unique skills that you gather throughout the course of the game.
Mm-hmm. I love this game because, well, for one thing, that I've played these games for years. And so when you first pitched it, I was really excited for it to
Catch your breath.
to go forward.
Yeah.
Would you like to tell that story?
Yeah. So Anne Goodman, who's our lead 2D artist, pitched this
See
game
those
basically just as I
abominations?
described it,
It's
as a
either
combination
you
of
or
Final
them.
Fantasy and Fire
Let's see what
Emblem.
you've got.
And the first round of pitch we went through. The second round we were actually cut. We lost by 1 vote.
We're barely
which was
strong
very
enough to
sad.
handle
The
these
6 of us who were on the team at the
Let's
time,
get out
we
of
went and just sat down at our desks. I don't think we said a word to each other the entire time. But then Anne and I essentially just looked at each other and were like, okay, it's 1 vote. That's not going to work.
We gotta fight for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we hunted down Corinne.
So they marched back to my office and said, nope.
We were like, we can get the team. We already have like
only do
4 other
that
people
so
who
many
want to join.
times. Make
And
sure
we
you only
went
strike
from
when
not
the
being a team
opportunity
to
is right.
becoming the largest team of the capstone games.
So what do you, the capstone?
Sorry,
Sure.
not capstone.
Cohort 11.
Cohort. We've been talking a lot
I mean,
about the
Dylan's been here
capstones.
forever, so
Yeah.
I can understand that happening.
Yeah.
So what do you think was so interesting to be able to get the team at the size that it is? I mean, it really was going to be a tiny team. That was what you told me. And then I think 3 days later, you had 15 people.
So I actually kind of want to ask Dylan that because you joined after the fact.
So I actually joined after the fact. We reformed the team. It was only going to be about 5 people, 6 people. And once we saw that it got revitalized and we saw the passion from the people that revitalized it, the team I was on, a lot of us were actually like, hey, you know what? We actually kind of want to transition over to that one instead. So we actually basically dissolved our team, which was, I think, 5 to 6 people. So now we had a 10-person team, and then it just slowly grew more and more.
Oh,
we actually
please?
gained like
My bow has brought
I
down
think
a
2 more
few,
people in
and
the
I
second
can't do this
semester
on my
as well
own.
too. Yeah,
There is
very
something of the
active. We're
divine
I
in
think
that
now
blade
like
of
15
yours,
people
yet
on the
the
team.
pairing is not ordained.
Officially
Fate
15
has
people.
flown me here to unravel this
From
knot.
from my perspective, I think what I saw was that you guys had a real goal, and sometimes when you're doing these new products, you know, that innovation thing is really scary, and so you guys had such a clear idea that can appeal to, you know, a whole different set of people. If you can handle a lot of ambiguity, then, you know, you can mess around for a while. But I think you guys, I mean, Anne specifically, they had such a clear idea of what they wanted to do. And I remember that vote. It was heartbreaking because I knew how much all of you had really wanted to do that game. And so I'm glad that it worked out the way it did. And obviously, it's turned into something amazing.
It's pretty magical. I think.
Yeah.
It's
and I
very
think,
tight.
Yeah, and I think you have a bunch of people on your team that weren't really into this and now are really into these.
Oh yeah, that was definitely me. I've actually only played one tactics game ever in my life. Is back in like junior high. I played a few right before I started, you know, developing for this, but I really just didn't play a lot, and now I love this game so much. It's so much fun to play to me, and I'm actually looking to pick up some others in the genre now.
They're really fun. You know, when I first, well, a month ago, I guess, Cody had me do some more playtesting, and we play, for everybody out there on Twitch, we playtest all the time. And whether you guys listen to us or not is a whole other thing. But it was so, you know, that's actually one of the most exciting things about teaching this class is that something is not a game for a really long time. And then when everybody was at GDC and I got to sit down and I played for 2 hours, which is not supposed to be a 2-hour game, but maybe I'm just bad. But it was like, this is such a game. Like, this is so amazing to have this.
Yeah, so the first time the game came together was in October. That's when we finally got all of the different systems, because we're separated into a system strike and in Counter-Strike, art, narrative. We had different teams working on all of those. And they first came together in October, and we were like, yeah, this is super cool. We can actually play the game. And we had that moment again that week after GDC when the entire experience was playable from start to finish for the first time. Because we, like Corinne said, most games are supposed to be 15 minutes.
Well, we try to help you do that.
We aimed for 45 at the start and ended up at 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, the goal was always to have a longer game because we wanted to have a truncated RPG experience.
Well, this is, I mean, it could never be 15 minutes.
Oh,
I mean, that's not that game, right?
Yeah, so like Jill said, we were aiming for about 45 minutes at the beginning. In the end, the narrative and our level designers just wanted to bloat it out a little bit more. And we're like, okay, let's do it. And it actually, we kind of hit it, surprisingly.
Well,
but yeah.
You know, part of the reason why we really talk about that 15 minutes thing is we don't want to perpetuate you overworking. And we know that you guys put your hearts and souls into these games and that you will overwork yourself. But if we have the bar in a different place, maybe you won't really kill yourselves. And grad students, man, you guys.
We don't listen.
And lots of you are working, you know, and but your team is really, really gelled, and we're really proud of this. Proud of you.
The entire team, the Berkeley audio team,
Yep.
like Dimitri, all of our voice actors, they've all done a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
Like we've all, because the team is 15 people in the program, but the Berkeley audio team helped us, and then we have our voice actors as well, and everybody has just gelled together so well on this project.
Yeah, I don't know what we would do without the Berkeley people. I mean, I know Archer had wanted to do sound, but got very, very busy with their game, and so it's like, you know, that Berkeley team, it's such a great collaborative thing.
Especially every time we showcase our game to some of the outside people looking in, as well as just in class presentations, the first thing that's said is always like, the music is so good. And it's like, we could not do that without
the music
Berkeley.
is great.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about the game. Some of the changes you've made and some of the changes you have not made, which is the active versus the, what do you call the other?
The active versus wait mode, ATB.
Wait mode.
So actually that was kind of a big thing. So in the initial pitch, we wanted it to be active ATB. So essentially, real time, but we still have an ATB bar going
Mhm.
because we really wanted the gameplay to feel very fast and frenetic and almost kind of chaotic. But after lots of playtesting feedback, we fought it for a long time, but it just finally became so much that we said, okay, wait mode is now the default.
Yep.
Well, the game just got so complicated once all of the systems were in there, once we had all of the skills on your 5 different playable
Yeah.
characters. You needed to be able to read what the skills were.
Yep.
And the active mode, it's still in there.
Yeah.
You can get an achievement for playing through the whole game in that mode.
Oh, interesting.
But the wait mode just allows you to actually think and strategize
Yeah.
on your turn.
I mean, I could see going through the first time in wait mode and then playing again. I mean, as soon as all of the mobs got in there, it's a lot is going on.
Oh, yes.
I'm really happy that the camera does not go zoom in all the
Oh,
time.
yeah, that
was
first
a
iteration was so
beginning.
bad.
I'm glad Will finally figured that. I mean, I think you guys all did that as a team, but it's complicated.
Yeah, that was actually so Patrick. Thank you, Patrick. He
Mhm.
came to the team and fixed that
Yep.
for us.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I understand why it started out that way. I mean, that's game dev, though, right?
Oh, yeah, we wanted it to be a little bit more personal, looking in at your characters, but it just kind of became too much that, yeah, it was definitely the better call to keep the camera pulled out.
Yeah.
I mean, you can choose, you can scroll, you can rotate the camera. However you want to play, you can play. So.
Yeah, that's the funny part is that when I played before, I never moved the camera. I think that's my tactics experience. Like I don't remember ever moving that when I played that game. So, is there anything else you guys are especially proud of?
So I don't think we'll get to it in the video, but we did have a really cool final boss come together towards the end,
Mhm.
and right after that we have a very beautiful ending scene. It's like our other narrative scenes, but we have a very beautifully sung original song.
Holy cow.
So and it's just absolutely gorgeous. So
I didn't see
if you
that.
can get to the end, please get to the end.
It's
It's
actually
so good.
really touching. It's a
Wow.
very good moment.
And that was provided by Berkeley?
So, yeah, one of our voice actors actually performed a song for the final scene.
Well, I'll be playing to the end for sure.
I hope so.
Do you want to tell everybody how to find your game?
Yeah, so you can find us on Steam, Sword of Atlas. We also have an Instagram and at edge.io. I don't know if there's any more than
YouTube.
that. Oh, YouTube. We have a YouTube. We have a series of dev
Connor has it
vlogs.
everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
the devlogs are so good.
If you want to learn more about our development, we have dev vlogs covering pretty much everything. So
Yep.
definitely go check that out.
Fantastic. Well, I'm super proud. I'm super proud. I'm super proud. I'm so super proud of all of the work that you guys have done.
Awesome.
You make us look good.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
It was definitely a good time working on the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, go play our game.
Yeah, I don't know what it's going to be like not having you here. You've been here
Oh.
for 6 years.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, you're ready. Great. Was that 30 seconds? Yep, there.
Hello, my name is Rachel Leiker. I am currently the lead UX designer at Epic Games for Fortnite Battle Royale, and I was a C4, graduated in 2015 with an EAE from the University of Utah. For my student game that we made in C4 404 site, we had a very small, kind of scrappy team, so there were multiple hats for everybody. So for my role, I did a lot of kind of the art direction and the UI design and things like that. But our game was a speed runner, so I was also deeply involved in sort of the UX of what that was. Speedrunners are an interesting animal in a game, in the game space, because they typically take a very high skill, but the barrier to entry is also very low. So I had to make sure that that skill ramp up for our players was appropriate, that we weren't just dropping them in, um, expecting them to perform high skill maneuvers in like the first level, because that would be incredibly difficult and people would stop playing the game. So part of my user experience development on 404 site was making sure that we were building skills and giving the players the opportunity to engage in the game with these different skills at appropriate moments. So I helped craft the tutorial for 404 site to make sure that we were introducing basic skills, and then just doing thorough reviews of all of the levels and the progression of the game experience to make sure that we were providing players with enough skill challenge to make it worth getting to the end. Well, user experience design is essentially, I take what the systems designer creates and make it legible for the player. So anytime that you have any kind of mechanical stuff that happens in the game, I make sure that the player understands what's happening and how to take that information and make informed decisions. So for example, if there's a mechanic that you have where you have a gun and you fire at another player, my job is to make sure that the player understands that the hit was successful, how much damage it did, if it missed, if it made the combatant more angry, how much health the combatant has, did the gun feel good to fire, and things kind of wrapped around that. So it's part UI, part game feel, and overall just, is the player having fun? That's a user experience in a nutshell. Oh boy, that's a really good question. I think the thing that I learned the most in the program was conflict resolution. Besides like the normal game development, like of course I learned how to use Unreal and I learned how to do mechanics and good UI practices and things like that. And that's almost like a given. But one of the things that I learned the most at my time in EAE was conflict, but both conflict management and conflict resolution, because there were times among my team and external to my team where we would have things that were in contention, or we didn't agree with something, or there was a direction that we didn't want to do, essentially. And so it was about coming together as a team, making sure that we understood the full scope of the problem, all of the possible solutions, and then really talking through, opening up that communication in a way that was both constructive and productive, to be really pedantic about it. But yeah, it took a lot of practice among my team, and there were some things that we had to overcome, especially external to our team, but it was all really valuable for me, because I learned techniques that I would carry forward into my career and be able to use in other situations professionally. So it was kind of a nice test bed where I felt safe failing in my conflict resolution, because I knew I also had some backup that I could rely on to help me work through the mistakes I had made and try to come to a better resolution. But yep, I think that's one of the things that I learned the most in EAU was conflict resolution. I have two bits of advice for new graduates. The first one is that don't get discouraged if you don't get the job you want. There's a lot of stuff out there right now. There's a lot of really interesting studios. There's a lot of really interesting games that are happening right now in spaces that I didn't even know existed up until like 2 years ago. So even if you apply to 16 different places and you don't get any of it, don't give up. There's going to be something out there for you. Unequivocally, there's always another path. It may not be the most direct path to where you want to be, but there will be a path. And then the second one is something that is actually is pretty difficult to overcome. I still experience this all the time, but your imposter syndrome is lying to you all the time, all the time. Don't listen. Tell it to just kind of tell it to shh, be quiet a little bit, and that you deserve to be where you are, and you deserve to go where you're going. And if you want it, take it. Your imposter syndrome has nothing to do with it, because your imposter syndrome will tell you that, yeah, you suck, you fooled everybody. But it's just like, no. One, your imposter syndrome sucks and is lying to you all the time, but also you yourself are not that good of a liar, and you deserve to where you be. The end.
Hey everybody, welcome back to EAE Launch 2022. You just listened to Rachel Liker, one of my favorite people in the whole world, and she definitely knows what she's talking about. And since I know you're in the chat, Rachel, hi, so great to see you, even if it's pre-recorded. It's also Rockstar. Actually, before you were just talking, I was thinking about EAE Launch and what it means at EAE, and really, it's exactly what it means, that all these games are launching, they're all playable, they're all beautiful, and they are all amazing. And we're at EAE, we are a games program. But we talk about this all the time as faculty, that our product, the thing we're actually doing is not making the games. We're actually teaching students to work together, to have that conflict resolution, to bring out the best in each other through that process of game development. The byproduct just happens to be these fantastic, amazing games, these beautiful works of art that you're seeing. And this has been a phenomenal EAE launch. Please, if you get a chance, go check them out. These students have worked incredibly hard. They've worked in teams. They've had ups. They've had downs. They've had the exact conflict resolution that Rachel is talking about. But they're coming out of it with these big smiles on their faces because they've done something great. They brought out the best in themselves, and they have a beautiful trophy, which are these games to kind of look back on at the time they've spent here. And so we're going to continue on with our cohort 11 games. These are our graduate students' video games. And next we're going to take a look at Weird Hat and Chrysalis Inc.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. This hat makes me look very tall. We are here with one of my favorite all-time games and teams.
Oh.
I mean it. I mean, you guys, I've known you for so long. It's so fun to see how much you've done. So this is Emily and Josh, and they're going to tell you a little bit about their game.
Hi. We made We're Hat Fight. It's the game where you use magical hats to fight your friends to the death. Yeah, it's here's the gameplay. Yeah, so it's an arena party game. It really is just what it is on the tin. You use magical hats to fight your friends to the death. So let's jump right in. Let's do our crafts level first.
This is my favorite one.
Yeah, I wish we could have made some variations of it, but just, production time.
I mean, you guys have a really small team.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have just 7 people total.
7 people officially on the team, I think, and then we got some help from the other team, like Connor to help with the publishing and Archer to help with our sound effects, and then we also had the Berkeley School of Music to help with the music as well, and that's been really great. So.
Well, I think, we have always talked about we wanted this to be one studio making 5 games or whatever, and this is the cohort that absolutely has really leaned into that. You've helped other teams, like the pixel art for sort of Atlas is yours, and
yeah, they've been helping us too with various different people, like Anne who was on, I believe, sort of Atlas. Yes.
Yeah, she helped with our.
She did our concept art and did a great job with that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. It was initially like, we'll just do an art trade, but then it became more of really helping each other.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, that's a huge part of what's so beneficial about graduate school is you learn. You meet people that care about the same thing that you care about, and then you help each other.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be separated by teams, And so I'm really, really proud of you guys, how hard you worked together to do that. So
thank you. I mean, it was a lot of work and a lot of crunch the past, not like crazy bad crunch, but just making sure everything's good, and not only that is it in, but playtesting it to make sure it's a usable build whenever we push it, because we've been on Steam for a while, because we don't actually have actual online multiplayer. We use mostly Steam Remote Play, so that's why we got on Steam 2 months ago, Josh?
Something like that. And
yeah.
Speaking of which, our game is on Steam. If you just search Weird Hat Fight, I'm sure somebody's spamming that in the chat right now.
Hopefully.
Go check it out and download it.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I mean, Josh, when you came through the undergrad program, you had a very complicated multiplayer game, VR game. I guess that was it multiplayer? It wasn't multiplayer. It was just VR. That's what I remember. It's like, oh my gosh.
It was VR. It was not multiplayer.
The pandemic brain is I can't remember anything.
It ended up being super complicated in the end anyway, because, pandemic, and 2 of us only had VR headsets.
Right, right. I remember that now. So it's funny. It's like you guys kind of did something. You leaned into some complex tech here too.
Yeah. One of our big things that we have that really makes the game feel really good is that we have what are known as active ragdolls, which you've all seen ragdolls in video games. That's where when the character gets hit, they go flying and just flop over on the floor. But active ragdolls are means that they're those, but they have animations. So you can see that if one of these characters walks into this propeller here, they will just get knocked around and it will actually physically impact them. So that adds a lot of really floppiness to our characters, which is really endearing, we think.
Yeah, I think the night hat is the peak floppy. Whenever it runs around, or when 2 night hats run into each other, it's just chaos as they bounce apart.
I'm gonna watch for that. That's funny.
Yeah, not on screen right now. There's one. Let's see if I can get it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you guys put stuff behind this. By the way, that's a change just this week, right?
Yeah. That
was one of our last changes.
Yeah.
That finally changing out that controller menu loading screen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so fun to play. It's just so Emily, this was your original idea.
Yeah, this was my original pitch. It hasn't name hasn't. We tried to change the name.
Yep.
We're Weird Hat Fight is good. It's good. It gets to the point, and it hasn't really changed that much. I think the only thing that's changed is that it's Smash Brothers mechanics where you have to hit each other off instead of just killing each other, which is the original. We have a set amount of health, which is the original idea. But I think like the original hats that I pitched are all in here. Like the
Yeah.
dragon, the hat, the knight, the frog are all in here still. So
Yeah. Yeah, the party hat's new since I saw it too. That's great.
yeah, I mean all that one does is just confetti, and then it's one of the other hats.
So I know a couple people have asked you this, and are you going to keep working on this? Are you going to keep adding hats? I know that, I mean, school games are hard.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely, but it's not out of the question.
Yeah.
It's just so fun, and it's, there's just so much.
Yeah, I mean, it probably wouldn't be super hard to add them. It would just be the
No.
code but actually putting those in, like once that's made, that prefab's made, it's like super easy to implement.
Yeah, it's not that hard to make that. Really, what ends up being our bottleneck during development was really mostly art, because we only have a team total of 3 artists to do all of the art for a game.
Well, I wanted you to talk a little bit about not having a producer. What was that like?
It was definitely challenging because initially we had Jones, who's on another team, help us. And then eventually he was like, this is too much for me. Like, I'm sorry. But it was like, no, it was like a good starting point. So me and Josh like took over a lot of the speaking portions towards the end of this semester. And we split up the rest of the tasks amongst the team. So like, I know Zoo was in charge of like talking to Berkeley for music and things like that. So it was just like splitting up and teamwork.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys benefited from having come through Capstone. I think that's that was really you knew what to do, which not every team starts out that way.
Yeah.
Even though you've had a year,
Because in Capstone, there are no producers. Everybody's just half a producer.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Capstone's just like, can you make art? Can you code?
Yeah.
And then go.
And then somebody better figure out
Yeah.
the planning part. So
Yeah.
I have opinions about that, but it's I think producers are such a critical component, but it's a skill set, not a person sometimes. So.
Yeah.
So when you first started thinking about this, Emily, did you have that craft art style in mind?
I didn't actually. So that came from one of my art class I was in. I was thinking of this like, I don't know how I got into like crochet like feel to like certain like animals or something, and then I was like, oh, what if we did that for the game? And then it kind of developed from there, and I was like, oh, we could do like, oh, if like the guys are if the little characters are crochet, maybe the hats are like crafts, maybe like cardboard, like buttons and yarn, and they just kind of spiraled from there.
I think that's the funnest part about when seeing artists, iterate like that, think about things like that. It's like, oh man, I love how artists' brains work, because you really lean into that style, and it's so cute. Even from the minute when you first started and had the little capsules,
because the ragdoll wasn't in yet, but it still had that texture.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it was like you could probably leave those as capsules if you wanted to, but this is great, and Matthew did.
Here's one of my favorite bugs: is somebody gets stuck between there.
Oh my gosh,
it's a feature, not a bug.
Well, I'm happy to see the frog hat is actually working now.
Yeah.
It's a little hard to see. I think the tongue could be a different color, but that's just me.
Yeah. Or just a little slower, maybe. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, something. Yeah, I can never stop giving you guys feedback. Sorry.
I mean, that's the thing with polish, is there's always more to do.
Always, always, always. So, so how did you feel about how your team worked together, being remote mostly?
Yeah, so remote worked really, really well for our team, actually.
Yeah.
We all liked working remote, and we were able to keep coordinated and on top of everything. It helped that we were a really small team with only 7 people. We were fully able to just keep coordinated and talking about everything at all times.
Well, we could see that you guys are making progress all the time, but it's such a funny contrast. I mean, we certainly know that that's how the game industry is functioning right now, but it's such a funny contrast when you think about how you guys, you were always in person in Capstone.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, spent a lot of time in this building, and then when we changed over to be online for COVID, it's scary for us as teachers because we know that sometimes people don't quite get all the things done that they say they're going to get done. But, obviously you guys did not have that problem. As a matter of fact, we didn't have anybody in our cohort that really had that problem. So,
yeah.
Yeah, it also helps somewhat that we had... This game is relatively low scope for its base amount. We could just make the game and with one stage and then just scale to a number of hats and stage that we were able to felt we could get done.
Yeah,
So.
this game was scoped exactly right from the very beginning. So that is not the case for very many games that we see.
It was a nice experience for once to make a game that's just perfect scope, and we are on par for deadlines constantly, never late on deadlines.
Yeah.
Never had that happen before. Probably won't.
Rare experience.
Probably won't again.
Yeah, it's such a it's so hard to try to get students to not want to make AAA games, but that's part of what I really loved about your original pitch was that it was just so unique. And all of our games this time, I'm sure you'd agree, is that they're all so different.
Yeah.
So
even the ones that are like horror genre, like there's 3 of them, they're still very different from each other.
Yeah.
Very different styles and like theming and like even mechanics.
Yeah, they're almost not even horror. It's so weird. And that first round of pitches that we had, we were like, oh my gosh, we're gonna have 3 horror games, and which is really worrisome for me because I hate scary games, and so it's like, I'm gonna just play Weird Hat a lot. So I do really love this craft board desk level.
Yeah, Emily did a great job with it.
Yeah, I mean, I got concept art to man, so team effort. Yeah, and then
if only you'd had so much more time.
Yeah,
everybody did a great job with everything and everything.
Yeah, I really. It's what's really fun about this game is it's fun to watch. It's fun to play, but it's also just fun to watch.
Yeah.
It's certainly chaotic, which is what we were going for.
Yeah. Is the bunny hat looks different than last time I saw it too? That's just new art.
It's a little different. It's like they made the buttonized slightly bigger in different sizes.
Gotcha. Oh my gosh.
There's the night hats charging each other that we were talking about.
Oh, I see. That was funny. That was good.
Yeah,
I like that. Yeah, that bunny hat looks like the bunny from Donnie Darko now.
Oh no, that wasn't the intention. I haven't seen that movie, so I
don't. Don't. Yeah. So, I mean, that bunny is a little scarier than that one. That's good. It was Easter. It's fine. So, is there any advice that you guys can give to people that would like to play this game and get it on Steam? Is that complicated for people?
No, just search on Steam Weird Hat Fight and download the game. You do need controllers.
Yes.
Our game does not work without controllers, but
in fact, it'll boot you out if you don't have controllers.
Yes.
So it tells you, hey, you need this.
But other than that, just go and download it and Weird Hat Fight.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
My hat's gonna fall off.
I know. That's why I was like, it was coming off my hat.
I'm playing that footage for them.
Oh.
Yeah.
We're back. Thanks everybody for sticking with us.
Hello.
Hi.
This is Sabrina and Jones, and they are here to talk about Chrysalis Inc. And this is the scariest game. It definitely is beautiful. Just beautiful. Do you want to tell everybody about your game?
Yeah, so the idea came out from we wanted to make it in this factory where the player starts off and they have to figure out how to get out, and it was a factory that made toys from child labor. So that was the initial idea, and for the most part we kept that.
Yeah, I definitely think you kept that. I remember us having that conversation. I'm like, that is dark. Are you sure you want to go there?
And I was like, I kind of want it to go darker, honestly.
Well, it's funny because, La Via de la Muerte, my Spanish accent is horrible. Chrysalis, I can say. And then Dissonance, the next game that we're going to look at. Those 3 games, we were like, what is happening? Why is there so much horror game pitching?
It's been a rough year, man.
It's been
really
rough. I mean, grad school's hard, but COVID and working online and it's been a challenge. I mean, certainly that's where everybody in the game industry is having the same challenges. So there's a lot to talk about. Well, do you want to talk a little bit about what's happening in your game?
Like right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. This is after we finish the tutorial. You wake up in like a factory and trying to wander around, try to escape. And now he's, because he's a tiny kid, so he can fit into like this wind shaft, and now goes into the packaging room where all of the toys that have been made into the in this factory been shipped to and ready to ship out like years ago. But it's abandoned, but the factories keep making toys, so it's just piling up, and with them weird ones that trying to attack you.
Wow,
it's pretty creepy hands right there.
Yeah, since I've seen that, it looks like you've rigged the arms a little bit differently. That's very scary.
Wait until the later part. We have a very scary scene.
You guys are killing me. I don't know what to say.
It was fun to work on, but man, there was a lot to work on.
Oh, we said 15 minutes. I think this is not 15 minutes.
I mean, if we ran through everything without making a single mistake.
Like this?
Yes.
Yeah, like maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think that we don't mean a speed run. I think. We were also quite concerned about the time travel. We talked a lot about that. I think we made sure, I don't want to say that we tried to talk you out of doing time travel, but we made sure that you felt like that was a critical part of the narrative, and I think you convinced us, and so, it's certainly a big part of the visuals. That readability has been a huge issue that you guys worked hard on, and now it just looks so good. It's really understandable.
Yeah, with all of our tech artists designing that overlay, showing you like the pass and also the cracking effects, looks amazing. Our tech artists spend a lot of time on that to make it really pop out and make it really stand out. We are like a small team, like 9 people, and we don't even have engineers at all.
Yeah, we don't have a single engineer, so several of our team members have had to kind of step into that role and figure out how to debug. And speaking of which, our game's currently on Steam, but we have kind of put out an announcement that we need to push a patch before it's in a more playable state.
Yep.
So we actually didn't show one of our levels, which is where people are getting stuck on with bugs and issues.
Right.
So we're hoping that you'll wish list the game, but also take note of when we'll be updating it to make sure that you can actually play through it. So we're hoping to hit that on the May 15th, so we have a little bit more breathing room to just kind of
Sleep.
Sleep would be great.
How about graduate? That would be
yeah,
good.
sleep and graduate.
Yeah.
So we can work on all of our finals too.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we're aiming for the 15th to kind of push all of the fixes that we really wanted to get into the game, and hopefully at that point, it will be a more a smoother process.
Oh sure, and I mean, I think that I think knowing that you have stunningly good technical artists who have swung into engineering has made this game real. But everyone on your team had to learn how to do stuff.
Oh yeah, everybody's doing things. Like everything is touched by everyone.
Yep.
It was crazy. Like everyone is doing things that they don't know. Everybody learned so many stuff.
Yep.
Like we learn ourselves how to do audios. We learned how to do editing. How to, like for me, I don't know how to put things in Unreal before, but now I do. Now I do. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think I think Sabrina, this is really, I mean, your team is fantastic, but I think you had a vision from the very beginning, and it really, you know, you've lifted and cajoled and held people and hugged people to get through this like you wanted it to, and I mean, that's a huge part of what game development's about. Is, you know, everybody really wanted to have this work.
We were just talking about it, like on our way here. Like we were saying, like at the very beginning, we designed 5 acts for this game, and then at the very early stage, we said like 4 is enough, and then after time and development, I was like, we can't do 4. Sabrina, can we do 3? And she was like,
and I was like,
I'm
I
gonna
mean,
kill you.
I didn't say I would kill you. I was more like, well, we still need an ending to our game because of our narrative. So we cut down on Act 4. Instead of how big it was going to be, we're like, okay, what do we absolutely need to show the final of the story?
Yep.
And we do have that. We're still also, that's going to come more in our patch where we're really polishing and fixing up those parts as well.
Well, I think that's, you know, it's always good to leave your customers wanting more, right? So
yeah. So actually, this gameplay right here, we didn't show you the ending of the game. We just cut it right before.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So in 2 weeks' time, you will actually see it.
That's I can't wait to play it. You know, I am.
We're actually not even at Act. This is like the ending of Act 2. We're
Act
not even
2,
hit.
right?
This is not even Act 3 yet.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. I think I know, because we haven't even dropped down with the tree yet, right?
Yeah.
So I guess this game doesn't scare me. It concerns me.
As it should. As it should.
Yeah, and so I think that you really navigated that really well. I mean, I think we all thought that we were going to have 3 horror games, and these are not horror games. They're very different than that.
Yeah, like we originally planned to have more jump scares, more like scaring part, but at the end, like when we were doing it, it was like, no, we're slightly off from that. We're having creepy environments, creepy music, creepy looking. We just want to make a vibe instead of actually scaring you, which I feel like it achieved that.
Well, I really think what you did was you used all the skills of your team, and that's what this is a testament to. You know, it's like the nice thing about having technical artists is that you have an ability to adapt in things, and I mean game developers by nature want to be learning new things all the time, and so, you know, I think it's obvious that you guys, like, all the lighting in here is just amazing to me, and I remember what it looked like just a little while ago.
That was a lot of late nights being like, okay, I need to make sure I light every level.
Yep.
Because one of our other producers helped me with lighting, but for the most part, I had to think of every single level, like, okay, I gotta light all these levels. I only have like a few days to really polish, so how can I spread myself out through the entire game to make it look the same?
Yeah, Sabrina at one point fell asleep on a chair.
At one point?
At one point, every day?
Every single day. It was like probably around 3 a.m. and I was like trying to work and I was like falling asleep and I'm like,
You know, this is part of the reason why we say 15 minutes. Is I've said this a couple times tonight already.
It's pretty though.
It's gorgeous. It's scary. I mean, I guess it's creepy, I guess is a better way to say it. I'm not a jump scare fan, so that's really what I hate about horror games. This is not that.
Oh yeah, this is the very scary part that I was just talking about.
Okay.
Okay, it's coming up right up in like 10 seconds.
Okay.
I think you will love it. It's not jump scare.
Okay.
It's
just
not. So here is the part that like you actually go into the factory and kind of see why things
what's happening.
are here. Like what's happening, what's actually happening is these are like child robots.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
they
For some-
harvest brain from people and just put it in.
Yeah, because there was supposed to be a skeleton on that table. I put it there, but I don't know where it went.
Yeah, and they would chase you to the end of the world. It was so creepy.
Oh my gosh,
And
they're
you have
like
to
little
turn on that
rats.
switch twice to open the door.
Yeah, so that's gonna be fun. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to put a bit more polish into the room, just to make it just a bit
Well,
more.
this is the first time I've seen this. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, look at that light.
Yeah, and they would chase you.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, if you don't know how to navigate through this level,
Yeah,
hopefully
you're
they'll
gonna die.
catch you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is not an easy game.
Yeah.
It's I mean, we've played several of the levels and like we still would die on the hands in the, in the room.
Oh, I
Oh,
died
yeah.
there hundreds and thousands of times while I'm playtesting it.
Yeah, even if you didn't know the path, it's still some of it's just really close. So you're like, okay, I just gotta time it as well.
Yeah, it's like
to go
every
through.
time Gabe would die, we would be like, no, we just need to go forward.
But yeah. And so now we're going into Act 4, which is the
Yep.
place that we definitely do need to put a bit more. We need to put more polish into.
But here it will reveal like why this whole thing is happening, and then you will realize there's like a figure that you might know from the past, and then I would just leave it at there and have the players actually go in and understand itself.
Yeah, Act 4 is more story beats.
Yep.
Yeah.
As you just kind of go through and understand what's been happening.
I've seen the design doc, so
Yeah.
it's interesting that I love all these background art.
Yeah,
And
this
you showed
background
that in the
arts.
presentation yesterday.
Yeah,
That's,
yeah.
it's so good. So who did those?
It's Juyun. Juyun made every single piece of texture.
Wow.
Yeah, and all
arts.
the concept art. Like she's our only like artist for 2D. So anything
All of
beautiful
that's
is just all her.
All her.
She
Wow.
is like a superwoman. Like,
Yeah.
she's constantly working and just out pumping out stuff.
I know, and here we're just like, hey, could you do like one more piece for us, please? And she's like, all right.
You will see like 3 dots on the conversation, and then, all right.
Fine.
I really liked our team. Everyone's been a really
Yeah,
good sport,
I'm so
like just
proud.
working really hard.
Well, we're really proud of you. This is stunningly beautiful. So where can everybody get it again? Steam?
Yeah,
On
so it's on Steam. But yeah, we have an image showing like, hey,
Just wishlist
just
it.
wishlist it.
wishlist it.
Like we'll be coming in with a patch to make sure that the
Great.
game is playable after, like, because there's just one level that's just breaking right now.
Yeah, after they get some sleep. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
that'll
after
be
we get
fine.
a bit of sleep.
The
but
name is
okay.
Chrysalis Ink.
Yeah.
Please
And you need the ink.
download. Yeah, you need
Yeah.
the ink. It's a company name.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So proud of you guys. Gabe and I
Thank
just
you.
couldn't be happier. So
Thank you.
congrats.
All right. Well, I think that's us.
Yep. I think they go. Yeah.
Ah.
Hello, everybody. I'm Carlton Kirby, and I'm an associate producer at Lost Boys Interactive. I graduated from the EAA program as part of the 9th cohort of the master's program. My thesis project was a game called Strange Creatures. So the game is a 1 to 4 player couch cooperative game where you play as one of 4 unique hybrid animals going through a series of puzzle rooms. Each of these animals can interact with the environment in unique ways and interact with each other in unique ways. Every room is designed so that you can solve that puzzle by yourself or with a group of people. And what we wanted to make a couch cooperative game for kids. We want something that you could play together with somebody in person, or you can play by yourself, or you can play online. Strange Creatures had a really small development team. We had 9 total developers. We had 3 producers, 2 artists, 2 tech artists, and 2 engineers. But we stuck to our guns, stuck to our design goals, figured out what was the best way to work with our team, what was our team's strengths, what was our team weaknesses, and leaned on that. The other thing that team has my everlasting admiration for is nobody on that team did one thing. Nobody went in and said, I only do this. Everyone came in and said, well, we need to do this. All right, I can take that. All right, I can take that. All right, maybe I don't know how to do that, but I can learn. It's something I'm very proud of. It's something I've in both of my current jobs, at the interview for both my current jobs, they have asked about Strange Creatures and wanted to know more about that process. At a couple of interviews I've done over the years, Strange Creatures has been the thing I've been asked about more than anything else. While I was at EAE, that was the first time I ever done anything games related. So I had a lot to learn. I had a ton to learn. I definitely was coming in on the back foot. And I don't like coming in on the back foot. And so, so the biggest thing is EA taught me how to be a producer. They came in. I had wonderful teachers who, through my production 1, 2, and 3 class, teaching me just the hard skills. Like, hey, here's how a Gantt chart works. Here's how you build a Gantt chart. Here's how you break a game out into its parts. Here's how you can. So we had those hard skills that were absolutely critical to have that foundation, and then having real time to work on real projects and actually do the thing, and not be just purely academic. Oh, I read about it in a book, so I know exactly what I'm doing. Actually doing the thing, getting that hands-on experience. That was one of the biggest things with my job I had before games, is when they would ask me what I could advise other people, and they'd be like, it's okay to fail, it's okay to mess up, as long as you learn from it, right? That's one of the most powerful things you can do, is make a mistake so you can learn, right? And so EAE, I think one of the biggest takeaways they reinforce that attitude, is that it's okay to fail. And another motto of mine is fail gloriously. That if I'm gonna fail, I'm gonna fail big, and I'm not gonna try to push off and be like, oh well, I thought X, Y, and Z, and this is okay because this person said blah blah blah. No, that's crap. None of that matters. So when I mess up, if somebody comes to say, hey, we need you to do this next time, my response is, awesome. Now I know. Thank you. And now I know the next time, right? And having a space to do that, having a space where I felt that professors could come to me and tell me I made a mistake, and I could then learn from it. The big one is, for me, is do not be discouraged. If you do not get a job immediately, do not be discouraged. There are so many factors that go into hiring that you have literally zero control over. And you may not get a job for reasons that you can't control. They're not going to tell. Most of the time, they're not going to tell you why. And just don't be discouraged by that. Keep up that hunger and that appetite. Keep applying, keep applying, keep applying. If you apply for a job at your dream company and you don't get it, and you see another job at that dream company open up, reapply. Just because you applied once and you weren't right then does not mean you're not going to be right now. I've seen insanely talented undergraduates come out of the program. I've seen insanely talented graduates, and the caliber of student and the caliber of developer that the EAE program puts out, you will get a job if you keep up the persistence. If you don't get that one job, or you go for a dry spell and you don't get jobs, that's totally fine. So be punctual, be diligent, don't be discouraged, and keep at it, because you will get there. You absolutely will be able to work in industry. I don't know if I have met a student at the University of Utah who I went and be like, nah, they're never going to work in industry.
I don't think I've ever had that thought. So keep up the hard work, keep up the diligence, keep learning. Never give up on your dreams. Never, never, never give up on your dreams, especially like dream companies or dream jobs. I've talked to a ton of students who I ask them, what's your dream job? And they'll say, Bethesda. I'll be like, oh, cool. Are you applying for Bethesda? No, I don't think I'm good enough. It's bullcrap. Like, it's bullcrap. Because what you're doing is you're judging your own skills in a place where you have zero right to judge your skills. Everyone's their own worst critic, and you shouldn't judge your skills because somebody else is going to do that. That's somebody else's job, is to judge your skills. It's not your job. Give it a shot, because the worst they can do is say, nope, sorry, and cool. And you're in no worse position than you were when you applied. What can happen, and this almost happened for me, is they can be like, this person's awesome. The way they present themselves is awesome. And you get an interview and then maybe get a job. Don't be discouraged. Don't doubt yourself. Go out there, be hungry. Don't give up on your dreams, and never stop learning. Shout out to Colton Kirby. How's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, definitely some great advice there. Hope everyone is enjoying EAE Launch. Are you loving the games that we've seen so far? It's been incredible, but don't go anywhere because we have one more amazing C11 title to show off in Dissonance. And after that, we get to hear from our director, Michael Young, who is going to share some final remarks that I think are definitely worth listening to. And this has been a beautiful night. So this is the last time I get to flaunt our amazing games that have been worked on. And so just from the bottom of my heart, I'm grateful that I get to spend so much time with these wonderful students, and for all the hard work you've put into. Once again, you are the success of this program. The games are just a byproduct, and they just happen to be extremely successful too. So EAE is incredibly proud of all of you. You killed it. Definitely get some rest, and then think about anything after that. But you've worked hard. Take a break. But before you do, check out Dissonance, coming up right now.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
Thanks. We are going to talk about dissonance. This is last but not least. This is Michael and Gao, and they're going to talk to you a little bit about their game.
Yeah.
All right. So Dissonance is a 3D top-down adventure game that features supernatural anomalies, and we have a very mysterious narrative.
It's true. You do.
Yeah. Our core concept is inspired by the SCE Foundation, which is a collection of like mysterious and adventure stories, but we actually walk from this, so we don't simply copy the story from the SCE Foundation. We make our own stories, and then you can actually feel and read these stories throughout the gameplay.
Yeah.
Well, as you can see right now, that was our last semester's project, which you can actually see a lot of them are changed, and now they look so much better.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's funny because I remember when you guys were first started, I guess it was Holden that had started talking about the SCP stuff, and I was like, oh, geez, really? That's like, because it's like fan fiction, and I'm prejudiced against fiction, I guess, and but almost immediately I could see that you guys were doing something, you know, it was inspired by, but so much different, and you had a game like right from the beginning because you had this, so yeah.
Yeah, that is one of our like early prototypes, but actually I didn't like join in the prototypes in earlies.
Yeah,
but
me neither.
Yes, but we find out like this prototype is really good.
Yep.
And it has fully potential to discover more mechanics for that. And we finally realized that having a deliverable story and kind of playable game is it's kind of different. So we are constantly exploring these mechanics throughout the contents of the narratives, and it turns out it's very good.
Yeah.
Right.
It's really fun, and I screamed a lot when I played this the first time. I have to tell you how happy I am that you fixed this.
Yeah. And thank you so much for giving us feedback and ideas about how to make it more engaging. And we have iterated on your feedback to make that into something that the player can interact with. And that really did stand out. And
Right. I remember about that trap, like at least 10 people that tell me that trap is bad.
Oh.
Positions of and you know, the camera switch and positions are not quite works well.
Yeah.
And yeah, eventually we made it like fully expressive to the player and actually teach them how to use that, because that is basically a tutorial.
Yep.
And in the early stages, we are trying to striking the balance to teach the player to play the game and not to teach the player too much. So it remains the story's mysterious taste. And eventually we made it like from all these feedbacks from you guys.
Yeah, I mean,
so a lot.
I think that's actually one of the things that right from the very beginning, and this is not true of every team, but you guys were really, really interested in getting feedback. And
hey, see now, here is our most recent build and how it looks right now.
Yeah, I love that.
That snow trail.
In the snow is so good.
Is so amazing.
Did you do that, Mike?
No,
Danny
but I
Danny
started the ideas of doing that. So basically, we are having a kind of different tempo with other teams. We have like a phase called pre-research on a lot of things that can be reused in a later stage of the game.
Yep.
So like in this kind of in this area, the snow and all these trees and the effects we figure it out in a very early stage in like just a couple of months in the first semester, and it turns out it works really well. So thanks God to our planning. So you're a good planner.
Thank you.
Yes.
So much for pushing us towards that goal.
Well,
that was really important.
I mean, I just remind everybody how big your team is.
So we are a team of 11. We are fairly balanced.
Yeah. Yeah, I think one of the few, maybe the only team that is actually balanced. So, because it just kind of worked out that way, you know. You have artists, designers.
Yeah, so that's why the people call us like we are a introversy team because we are already balanced. We don't need people.
Right.
Right.
Right. Well, and I think Gao, you have. You came in with a little bit of experience with EAE before.
Yes.
You were here for a little while, and so you, although we don't do production specifically at the undergraduate level, but you came in and kind of were able to help everybody get the planning going, and you have people on your team that actually had made games professionally before. So I think that's you really benefited from that.
Yeah, Michael here was. So much helpful, and I learned so much from Michael here about production and project management and how to push the team towards a common goal that we all aim for.
Yeah,
that was really important.
But sometimes I will go overheated. I'm moody, so and Gao he's kind of like a he's the guy who drive me back.
He's very calm.
Right. He's cool.
Yes.
He's chill and cool. Right.
Yeah. Well, your team has gotten. I mean, sometimes teams don't get along well because there's a lot of egos and there's a lot of people who have opinions. And I think right from the very beginning, you guys were able to work through how to make decisions. And that's obviously you can see it here because this is a big game. It's a big, very professional looking game. I mean, Rockstar said as much. You know, they're really impressed with this. This is the creepiest thing.
Yeah, so these bombs are very dangerous.
This level is absolute chaos, and we absolutely love it.
Yep. It's so fun.
Good to have your certificate and the certifications from Rockstar.
Right. Yeah, it's every time we would see you guys, like every milestone, every sprint, you made such huge progress. It made us worry a little bit about how much you were sleeping.
Actually, we sleep well. We sleep better than Chrysalis.
Yeah, I think Chrysalis has got their own set of sleep habits that I don't. I'm worried about. I always worry about everybody sleeping because we just don't want to make people crunch. We just think it's wrong, and so, but you guys just worked so well together.
Absolutely.
It's been such a pleasure. To see this.
We never think that crunching is a good thing to a team. So it makes people burn out and their efficiency goes down. So you pay double time but the same amount of output. That is not worthy, right? So actually the thing we did is actually we planning a lot of things beforehand. So actually we do a lot of times in planning. And then it turns out like it's reduced a lot of crunchiness when we did that. Actually, this magnet mechanism is actually done in a very early stage, like in the third month of in the first semester, and then we constantly evolve them. So from these kind of like early planning and prototyping, we actually learned a lot about how to improve our game. So that you can see the furnace is like burning. And the game is kind of this boss fight is a good pace, and we actually iterated for about like 7 times. To that. Right.
This is great. And I know you guys you really did take time at the beginning, and it really paid off. Not every team, lots of teams run right into like let's make something fast, and I remember. In the fall, thinking, I wonder what this is going to do for this team, and obviously, a lot.
And at the beginning, while we were getting started, we started with the foundation, the system, and what's necessary for the game, instead of just going fast.
So instead of like making just a game,
Mhm.
we were thinking of like how to make a structured game.
Right.
Yeah, the structure, the type structure of early game, like it's very crucial to to later content filling, and it turns out like all these assets, replacement things goes really well. So once the playtesters saying that okay, this plays lack of art assets, and then we can quickly reproduce these art assets using the professional arts like Houdini engine like that.
Yep.
So
Yep.
our art teams are very effectively using these Houdini engine to make those art assets
Yeah.
and put inside.
Yeah, the Houdini edition is because we've had more and more teams start to use that now. It's obvious. You can see what they do. Well, what are you guys most proud of?
Everything.
Everything.
Really. Yeah.
I was very proud of my teammates actually. So to say most is our playtesters. Like actually, we are just 11 teams, 11 people team. We cannot get all things covered out, and we need to like.
We
like
need to
help
do a
from
lot of play
testing, and a lot of people like they don't need us to pay money. They come here for free, and then they gave us a lot of valuable feedbacks, and these feedbacks are people from like experienced tutors like Corinne, you, and industrial members, and they're currently working in the industry. They have a lot of experience, and a lot of fans in this kind of in this time game genre. And actually their comments turns out very valuable. So after I think in the second semester, we're constantly monitoring about all these feedbacks, and we finally know that okay, readability is the way we need to think about it. So you can see that all these colors in the screens they have some meanings. So they're meant to have hints to cues to the players to know where he should go and where is dangerous, where is safe, like that.
Yep.
And we really need to attract the players' attention towards what's important, and that's what we've been focusing on for the second semester.
Yeah. We read a lot of books and knowledge, and we gain a lot of knowledge about UX design. And I have a lot of conversations with our leading UI artist, Holden. He's the guy. He's the goat.
Yeah, he is.
And finally we made these things very clear.
Yeah.
Well, and here is our very sensational ending.
Oh.
You didn't see
Absolutely
that.
Amazing.
You want to know what happens?
No, I want to play.
Yeah,
play the game.
Yeah, okay.
I already downloaded it, so.
Yeah, so you can download and search for our game on Steam and itch. Type in Dissonance.
Yeah, we are currently we just published it on Steam, and we are kind of arranging for like a first week patch or a second week patch. We're gonna have some support for at least like 2 versions about the game.
Okay.
So if there anything wrong about the game, or you can or you think that this game can be better, just email us in each show we got and the Discord channel. You can join us.
Oh, that's great. That's great. It's nice that you have Discord. So
yeah,
that's fantastic. I can't tell you how from the minute we loved this. So it's great, and you guys always take feedback, and that's if that's all we taught you, that's a lot.
That is the greatest lesson taught.
Yeah.
It's absolutely necessary to take feedback.
Yeah. Well, we just want to say thank you very much for everybody watching, and we really hope you go and get all the games on Steam or itch, and we're so proud, and we have a few words from our director to wrap everything up for today. Thanks for joining us. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for watching. So.
Hi everyone! I hope you enjoyed today's stream as much as I did. What an amazing collection of games, and what an amazing group of students who built them. Before I wrap up, there's just a few things that I need to say before the night ends. Number one, I am so blown away by the work our students did in designing and building these games. Today was a great chance to see how our students, faculty, and staff work through the processes at the core of game creation when these games were built, refined, and now published and available for download. I want to thank all our students for their dedication to learning and their work as game makers. The graduating students spent much of the last 2 years at EAE working in remote teams. They learned not only how to make great games, but they learned critical aspects of team-based work and how technologies like Zoom, Twitch, and VR can be used to bring together teams to become great game makers. While I'm thanking people, I need to thank the faculty and staff who taught these students and all of those who were on the stream today to help showcase the great student projects. Thanks also to the alumni who joined today to talk about the very cool projects they're working on now as professional game devs. And a big shout out to the production team at Real Time Strategies for making this stream so smooth. And thanks much to Rockstar Energy for sponsoring the whole thing. AJ Dimmick, the Director of Esports Operations at EAE, produced EAE Launch and was helped by all of the staff at EAE. Thanks much, everybody. Finally, thank you. Thank you for your support today for EAE student work. Before you go, check out our website, games.utah.edu, and find the links there to download the published games from the stream. I hope to see all of you later this year in December when an entirely new collection of games will be ready for you to get your hands on. On December 9th, we'll be holding EAE Play, an open house we hold right in the middle of the school year where you can get early access to student games still in production. EAE Play will be run both on Twitch and in person on campus on December 9th. And until then, reach out to us if you have questions. Find the student games on our website and stay safe and healthy. Good night.